I'm not a generate. I'm not a generate. I'm a degenerate. What? There we go. Alright, take care, Beam. You were getting some clips last night. Alright, good luck with those. Is my alarm gonna go off soon? Oh, in 1 minute it's gonna go off. Oh, my mom texted me? What? Oh, she sent me a bunch of YouTube videos. Alright. You know the drill, guys. You know the drill. The Holy Church faction making plays in the hentai game? Okay. What are they doing? What are they doing? What are we getting? Dear Traveler, BP event will end at... Oh... Wait, is it what I think it is? Is it Simulanka? Oh no, it's VJ's. Oh, it is Simulanka, I think. I don't know. They took over a big fort. You're trying to take a fort for the faction I'm in, but under-leveled and alone. Oh yeah, because it's only you in your guild, right? Ah, shoot. Oh no! Guys, it's time for me to do laundry. I will be right back. You don't trust your faction mates? They speak foreign language. Oh my gosh, Rit. I'm back. Alright. Started my second load of laundry. New mail. Oh yeah, because I did all your lab check-ins today. I did all your lab check-ins. Just jam into the Samsung alarm noise. Wait, where am I going? I zoned out. I was like flying in the wrong direction. What? Oh. I've done this commission so many times. How do I just forget where it is? Oh, simple. Because I've been forgetting things. And it's not a good... That's not a good sign. Like, there are times where I just sit in my room, and I'm like, oh, I'll do this, and I'll immediately forget. I'm like, oh, that's not a good sign. That just means I need more sleep, I hope. Was it just coffee and water? I forget. This is for Officer Mint. Alright, coffee. Add water? Was it? Yeah, this is the one. I used to do coffee with water too. I'm not gonna lie. Like, when I have coffee, I have it black. Like, just straight from the source. So, I'm not a coffee person, but I'm really basic. Like, it doesn't take much to satisfy me or, you know, make me feel great. So, like, sure, espressos, cappuccinos, they're freaking awesome and stuff, right? Oh, shoot. I was into the thick of it, or whatever that freaking meme was. I was really just summoned to that, okay. There we go, alright. Okay, one more. Ow, okay. Right, there we go. There is a challenge here that I want to do. Might need the Blubber Beast. Activate all resonance points, continue holding... Oh, a fish! There we go. Thank you, Blubber Beast. Hey, and the Blubber Beast appears. Nice. I am back. Wait, I did it. I don't get anything from that. Did I not get? I was wondering. I was like, where? Oh, the Xenochromatic Blubber Beast was going to the location of the exquisite chest. Oh, okay. And that's the case. Then I forgive it. All right, I'm gonna have so many Remaritime like flowers. I'll be able to help level up certain characters' talents and so on and so forth, or essentially make sure, I don't know. I've been hanging out in Fontaine so long. Who knows? Yes, I am back. I will be here for another 40 minutes before I have to go downstairs and do laundry again. I got 3 loads to do today, so... And that's not including my back brace that I have, so... That's going to be a separate thing, but that's going to be tonight, when I don't need as much. Stray clouds converge. Nice big thick loads. Wink? No, they're pretty subpar. Winkety wink? Oh, well. They're pretty subpar, right? I don't know what you're about. The banquet must go on. Your mom must go on. Ow. Wait, hold on, I meant to switch. I was like, why didn't I switch to Koran? Ow. Let me... Whoa. Yes. You have realized your armies don't defend your base at all. You need to put them on guard. Well, chalk that up to experience, right? Who knew the way to get an army to protect your fortress is to literally tell them, guard it. I'm just messing around. I don't know the statistics of that game, so of Osri's. Let's see. Don't worry about it. Yeah, you're fair. Oh, that's right. I should probably make lunch soon. It's almost lunchtime for me. That would be common sense. The armor is right there. Stop the enemy. Well, there are some games that have common sense, but there are others that don't. So, don't be surprised, buddy. I completely forgot that Emily's Ascension material requires Lake Light Lilies, and I should have been going to Simulanka, because Simulanka has the Lake Light Lilies. Another place to farm before Simulanka goes away. That is completely my bad. Okay, cool. We get some raw meat, get some material, and then leave. Bye, losers. I'm gone. Actually, how much Lake Light Lilies do I have? Alright, Emily, where are you? I know you're down here somewhere, yeah. Emily? No. I can't go further down? What the heck? There you go. Oh, it's because D-Luke is the only one in this room. The fudge was that? Oh, it was D-Luke's little bird. I was like, what the fudge was that noise? Oh, Emily's there. Let me see her ascension. Recommendation: found in Irenaeus Forest, found in the wild. Huh. It's a local specialty of Fontaine. I know I'm gonna need a lot of that. In this one, let's see if I remember where you get it. Yeah, the Shadow over Petrichor. You need to do this world quest to unlock the boss to get that material, so... lore-wise, you're a horrible general. Genial. Infirmary is full of wounded soldiers. Do you have nurses, at least, to take care of those wounded soldiers?
Thank you for Add Astra...
What is this? Teachings of Order. You know what? I haven't done that. The infirmary's keeping them alive. You're not healing them because you don't got them room? You just don't have... You don't have the resources to heal them? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? You have no room in the barracks? What? You have the resources, but you don't have the room? What? I'm kind of at a loss. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry. Okay, so you have the resources, but you don't have the area to do it in? That means you're lacking resources. I mean, no, you know what I mean. Like, you're just lacking the resources to be able to heal them. You have the resource, you just don't have the room. I'm restating what you just put in chat. You think the soldiers like inventory, you don't have any room to keep them if they're healed. Ah. Yeah, you don't have the necessary stuff to do the healing thing, which, oof. Sorry to see that.
Into the shadows. Hunt them down. Make way for the Adeptus. Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Yeah! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Scatter! Skyward! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Scatter! Skyward! Hey! Go Baron Button! Water jet! Moving! Skyward! Scatter! Rivet! Seize the skies! Yeah! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Scatter! Skyward! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah!
Maybe putting most of the strongest characters in one army was a bad idea. Yeah, that doesn't sound good.
No one escapes my sights. Get it.
You want to evenly distribute it. Just saying.
Ready. Where evil lurks, shoot on sight. Make way for the Adeptus. Scatter! Skyward! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Scatter! Skyward! Yeah! Scatter! Yeah! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Scatter! Yeah! Scatter! Skyward!
Go. All right, good. I was like, go. Why are you still here? Okay, one more, and then we do Kave's Hangout event.
Yeah! Scatter! Skyward! Yeah! Scatter!
Whoop.
Seize the skies! Yeah! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Skyward!
No.
Scatter! Scatter!
Nope.
Skyward!
Nope.
Yeah!
Can't hit me.
Yeah!
Can't touch this.
Skyward!
Oh, no, you did. You finally did. Can't touch this.
Yeah! Yeah! Skyward!
Oh. Where are you going? Ow, stop it. Stop it. Wow, and I couldn't do the thing. Oh, okay.
No escape!
Wipe out! Water jet!
Yeah! Scatter! Skyward! Stray clouds converge! Scatter! Yeah! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Yeah! Yeah! Scatter! Scatter! Yeah! Scatter! Skyward! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Yeah! Yeah! Into the shadows.
Alright, I'm done. I'm done. I got a good haul from Elemental Mastery there. Alright. So, let's begin. Wait, hold on. Let me just make sure. Yep. All we have left is Kaveh and Kaya. Pendulum, Wheel, and Woe. Where do I gotta go? Oh, okay.
Yeah!
I've taken a look at your proposal. It's much better than the ones you showed me before, but I'd still like to make some changes.
Oh, come on, not again. Isn't this the 6th proposal I've shown you? What's your issue this time?
It's a bit hard to put into words, but the design still doesn't look quite right to me.
I have to say, that's a terribly vague and unconvincing explanation. Please enlighten me. What would feel more right to you?
For starters, don't you think this roof is jutting out a bit too far from the top? It looks almost like the head of a fungus. This door, too. I don't think
Yeah,
it needs
I
to
bet
be
that's the
nearly
case.
this large. If you
Bet
could
that's the case,
reduce
Red.
it to around my height, you could use the leftover materials to construct a few more rooms.
The roof and the door are the most fundamental parts of a building. If we were to change them, then what would be left of the design? Even if the soul of the building won't be lost, all traces of architectural style would be gone. Anyone with the slightest inkling of architectural knowledge would know to leave them alone.
Oh, I understand the principles of what you are saying, of course, but the truth remains that
Dang,
I'm
Rit.
still a bit
It's already
unhappy
siding
the
with
design
Kaveh.
as is. Is there anything else that you can do? Oh,
Dang,
actually,
Rit. Jesus.
I just got an idea. Can we get rid of all the extraneous sections on the roof so the whole design will just be one vertical structure, similar to that of a tree trunk?
What?
Don't architects often say that symmetry makes everything more balanced and pleasing to the eye? This way, the proportions will be completely balanced.
But Zowie, I don't know if you know what you're saying.
I really don't know how you managed to come up with such a ridiculous idea.
Pendejo!
Wait, don't tell me. Someone hired you specifically to commission me and put me through the ringer? Come to
Oh my
think of it,
gosh, chill,
I've
chill.
gotten on anyone's bad side recently.
Nah, it's okay, Rit. You can vent all you
Anyway,
want.
that's it. I will not be working on this commission anymore. Goodbye. Maybe you can find yourself some other genius who'll be able to satisfy your demands.
Yeah, that's someone with
Hey,
respect.
young man, please wait. Oh.
Wait, that's the first time Aether lost all affinity in the Hanging Vessel going on. Kaveh looks like he's in a bad mood. I should go check up on. That's sweet. Huh. Yeah, I did, and I didn't even do anything. Thank you. Oh, that's right. I need to shave.
This commission was truly the worst decision ever.
Are you alright?
Oh, hey. I wasn't expecting to run into you here. Actually, while we're on that, what are you doing here at the tavern? Don't listen to anyone who says that drinking is an elegant pastime. It's no good for your health.
I saw you arguing with someone just now.
So you saw all that, did you? Ugh, I thought I was in the clear. I made sure to double check that nobody I knew was around. Anyway, thanks for looking out for me. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a deal. I'm used to it by now. Stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, I'll have a glass of wine. Same as last time. Do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
I'll have a glass of juice.
Wine and a glass of juice coming right up.
You need Bernice, saving for her in Zenless Zone Zero. Which one is Bernice?
I know you're already keeping a secret from me, but if you could add this one to the list as well.
Oh, one of the
appreciate it.
people of Catalan, yeah. The flamethrower biker, yeah. She's coming with Caesar?
Word gets out.
Is she an A rank?
Potential clients might be afraid to work with me. That guy, though.
Caesar is an S rank for sure, but is Bernice?
Those ridiculous
Bernice is an
demands
S
of
rank,
his?
okay.
He's just a blabbering fool trying to act like a know-it-all.
Oh, time-wise you think. Oh, yeah. Kaveh seems a lot more honest after he's had some wine.
Another glass, please, boss. I'm not leaving today till someone has to carry me out.
You've got it, sir. I gotta say, though, it almost feels like you're saying that every other day now.
It really is every other day that you'd run into a client who knows nothing about construction requirements or architectural style.
Maybe.
If this was in the past,
The
I'd
the
never
assumptions
have
and
gone through 6
evidence
drafts
point in
trying
that
to
direction.
accommodate the client's preferences. But perhaps getting used to this just means that I've grown numb to it. I've worked on so many projects since graduation, and none of them have been approved at the first pass. I would spend a lot of time altering my designs, and by the time the clients were finally satisfied, all my passion and enthusiasm would be gone.
You could use a slur
It's
without
like I'm
consequence,
straying further and
but...
further from my artistic vision with
What's
every
the slur?
change I have to make. I suppose, though, that just sticking to your guns and completely disregarding
Alright,
other people's
that's fair.
feedback would also not be a good thing.
The F one?
All of this makes
Fruity?
for a real paradox.
Fruity.
It particularly crops up in my work, too. In the end, what is the true meaning of art? Should I see it as a divine gift of inspiration from the gods? Or an
Freaky.
expression of the light of my own wisdom?
Yeah, you're not finishing that? Okay, that's fair.
Here's your drink.
Oh! If it's
You always
F-A-G-G-O-T...
spouting nonsense after just one glass. Your tolerance is usually much better than that.
Boss, what do you
Ah, I
think
see.
is the meaning of art?
The
Oh,
meaning
Kave's starting to slur.
Really, my friend, who in Sumeru understands art better than you?
Lambad?
Anyway, I don't know about art, but I do know that I'm interested in business, and some patrons are waiting to be served. So, you'll have to excuse me for now. Just holler if you need anything.
What do you think, traveler?
Something that embodies the creator's efforts and dedication.
Exactly. So our thoughts on the meaning of art are rather similar. In Sumeru, and especially Sumeru of the past, the arts are not a popular discussion topic. Trying to talk about the arts is basically the key to killing any conversation. It's too bad that I'm not in my best form today. Otherwise, we could have talked about this for a little longer.
Kaveh still looks dejected, and even the wine didn't help his mood. How can I help cheer him up? Maybe I should play it safe and just make a simple suggestion. I'll help you convince the client to come to your side.
Thanks for offering, but you've seen how he is. He's not going to listen to anything I say. He understands nothing about my design. And all the suggestions he made were as if he just wanted to mock me.
I don't think he was intentionally trying to be difficult.
Okay, it is possible that I was just jaded by my frustration. Well, given I'm already on my 6th draft, I can probably push myself to make a 7th. Let's go have another talk with him. I know where we'd be able to find the guy. There's no time to waste. The wine can wait until another time. I'll go take care of the bill.
Drinking is not an elegant pastime. Proceeds to drink. Thanks, Kaveh. Shining model of what you should do as a working adult. Get frustrated, gets drinks in. I don't think I could do that. Like, genuinely speaking, I usually just drink in social circumstances. I drink, but I don't personally choose to drink. Sure, there are some drinks that are good, but I prefer to just, have soda.
Kaveh, what are you doing here?
I've changed my mind. I was overreacting earlier. Can we try discussing the project some more?
My apologies as well. Now that I think about it, some of my requests were indeed a bit unreasonable.
Yeah, you
If
basically
I choose
said
to
scrap
create
your
the
stuff,
design
do it
for
again.
my project, I should have a bit more faith in your vision.
Thank you for understanding. Mutual trust is the basis for good communication. Now that we've got that out of the way, I think we can have a more productive conversation. To be perfectly honest, your commission request has been the most peculiar one I've ever received. Even now, I still know nothing about the building's intended purpose. All I know is that you want to build something in the desert for public use. I am aware that overly specific requests will restrain the architect's artistic freedom. However, knowing nothing about the intended purpose of the building also means I have no idea if I'm on the right track. I've produced several draft proposals for you to choose from, and you've rejected every single one. If we don't get on the same page, it could be a decade before we can finally break ground on...
Yes, I've given this some thought already. I think we can go with the general direction of the latest proposal that you just showed me.
Wait, what? What is
I've
that?
produced several draft proposals for you to choose from, and you've rejected every single one. If we don't get on the same page, it could be a decade before we can finally break ground on this project.
It's just...
Just what?
Putting the building design aside, can we get some less expensive materials for the floor tiles? Yeah, I know someone in the business, and the red bricks he sells can go for pretty cheap. The timber here as well. We should be able to find some substitutes.
Please give me a moment. My head's starting to hurt again. Just please hold on for a second. So, let me get this straight. You want to reduce the cost of the project, right? But if we implement your suggestions, then I'm afraid we have to scrap the entire design. Architectural design cannot be neatly split into discrete parts. Any change to one part of the design will affect the quality of the whole thing. I decided to utilize high-end timber for this section because the weight-bearing structure requires the supporting materials to be durable and strong. Same with the tiles. Switch them out and the entire mural will have to be redesigned. More importantly, if we make such a change, Both its practical functionality and aesthetic value will take a great hit. If all you need is a building with a roof that can keep
I know,
people dry
right?
in the
Same.
rain, you shouldn't have commissioned me. Many architects would be able to build you one of those while charging far less in commission fees.
Actually, please tell me, are you absolutely sure that there's no room for any changes in this draft of the design?
I think the most important thing for me is to understand what you would actually like to get. If you could tell me more about your vision,
I know,
I
right?
might be able to work with the design some more. You are the client, after all.
But
You should have the
Dali
final
is
say
a
on how the
difficult
project turns out.
client.
I want to build something unique. Something quiet and warm inside. A refuge that can block out the world outside. I want all who enter this building to be able to temporarily forget everything that's going on outside of the building and just focus
A
on the
brothel?
task at hand.
No! That's one way to look at it, but
Bit more
no!
information than last time, but it's still extremely vague. To put it another way, every rich person who wants to build a mansion for themselves would request something like this. We've gone through many
No,
proposals, and this draft is already the cheapest one. Cutting costs by substituting building materials will not only detract from the overall effect of the building, it also won't save you much more in the grand scheme of things.
Thank you for giving it so much thought. Please give me some more time to mull over the budget. I'll get back to you once I've figured out a solution. I still have a few business meetings that I must attend, so I'm afraid I'll have to leave for now. You can just leave the proposal as is. I'll get in touch once I've given it some more thought.
Oh my gosh. Why do I feel like he's hiding something?
I also have a similar feeling.
Should we follow him and see if anything unusual comes up?
Is that really okay? I mean, what he does now is none of our business. He does seem really suspicious, though. He dresses like a rich person, but when you talk to him, he hardly sounds the part.
He sounds super frugal too.
That's actually pretty common. Not all rich people are spendthrifts. Many are just, as if not more, stingy than him. The more mora some people have, the more they love interfering with people's lives.
Yeah, fair.
Constantly reminding you to pay back your debts, or hinting every other day that it's time for you to pay rent.
Oh, loan sharks.
Actually, now that I think about it, I'm not even sure this person really wants to work on this project with me. Putting his vague requests aside, he's still finding excuses to procrastinate even when we've decided on a plan. Who knows how long construction will take if he keeps delaying things like this? We should find him again and get some clearer answers. The sooner we can break ground on this, the better.
Oh,
Yeah! Skyward!
Huh? Where did he go? I could have sworn he went this way. Let's keep looking.
you search the area with Kaveh, but find no trace of Badawi.
Oh, hey, look! Isn't that Badawi? It sure looks like him, but he's dressed completely different now. What is he up to?
Didn't I tell you before? I'm not looking for more workers. Plus, aren't you a bit old for physical labor? If something happens to you, I won't be able to pay for it.
Oh, you won't have to worry about that. I grew up as an Eremite mercenary and worked in the desert my entire life. My body's still in great shape. I don't have many talents, but I still have my muscle. If you need someone to unload goods or drive away sumpter beasts, I'm your man.
You used to be an Eremite mercenary?
Oh, he's an
I know
impulsive
there are a lot
liar.
of bad apples in our ranks, but most are just trying to make a living. We're not that greedy by nature, and we'll do our best when given a job.
Let me think. I'm sorry, but I still can't take you in. I don't have any open positions right now, and don't have the Mora for anything more. How about this? Why don't you try your luck somewhere else?
Dang, Roya really did give him the cold shoulder.
He used to be a member of the Eremites? Huh. From the way he was dressed, I would have thought he was a merchant from the rainforest. Let's ask him about it. we meet again.
Huh? Why are you guys here?
That's what we wanted to ask you. Who are you? Why did you dress up like a merchant to talk to me about our project? There's no need for us to continue this project if you still want to keep hiding things from us. I don't work with individuals I can't trust.
Believe me, I didn't have any bad intentions. It's just... All right, there's no point hiding.
Yeah, you better not
anything
hide
anymore.
things, Vidawi.
The building I'm trying to commission you for is not really a personal residence for me, but rather a library for children living in the desert.
A library? Funded entirely by yourself? Shouldn't this be the responsibility of the academia?
Yeah, but it's the academia,
The
Kaveh.
academia will be looking to prioritize the desert with the allocation
You
of
heard.
educational
Will they do
resources
it,
and
though?
materials. It sent over a large shipment of regular goods just last month.
You're right, and I was aware of these happenings as well. I just figured what I want to do is a separate effort from what's already being done by the academia. The desert is too vast. Even if the academia spends a lot of effort trying to disseminate knowledge in those parts, it might still take decades, if not centuries, to reduce the educational gap that already exists between the two regions. And what's more, I don't know if the academia would ever reverse its stance in the future. All I know is that as a desert dweller, we should not wait passively for good things to happen to us. If we only did that, we'd never be able to stand up and hold our heads high. I don't have much longer left on this world, so I just want to use whatever time I have to contribute something to my homeland.
Why didn't you just tell us that from the start?
I didn't want you to know that I came from the desert. I've lived in the desert my entire life, and there wasn't anyone here that I could trust. I figured I needed as much safety as I could get.
To the point that you even disguised your identity? That's certainly taking playing it safe to the next level. Hold on. Don't tell me you've also been scammed before.
When I first came to Sumeru City, I brought a lot of Mora, hoping to find an architect that I could work with. Someone agreed to take on the project, and even took a sum of Mora from me, but then disappeared without a trace. After that, I heard that there are a lot of untrustworthy people in this business. Some would run as soon as they've been paid, while others would deliberately use expensive materials and take a cut of the construction funding.
Oh, that's
I spent
scummy.
a while collecting information in the city, and eventually learned that you're the most famous architect in all of Sumeru. I figured that you wouldn't need to make Mora by scamming people, so I decided to reach out to you. By the way, how did you know I was scammed? I don't think I've ever mentioned that to anybody.
Just a hunch. A while ago, I accepted an offer to work on a project in the desert, and was also scammed out of a large sum of Mora. I ran into someone who was living in a pretty run-down house. I noticed a load-bearing wall on the verge of collapse, and suggested that I build a new house for him. He said that he had no way to pay for it, so I loaned him some of my own Mora, and told him to get some stone and timber from the local vendors. Soon after that, I found out that he had gone gambling with all the money, and lost everything, down to the last coin. And after that, he even borrowed Mora from me twice more, using a different excuse each time. I didn't even suspect him of any wrongdoing until he hired a group of mercenaries and tried to ambush me in his own house. According to him, I looked like an easy target because I was an academia scholar who didn't have any family or friends in the desert. What kind of person would just look at someone else and think, this guy looks like an easy target?
A lot of
Those
people.
kinds of things do happen every once in a while, yes. Folks like him are the exact reason why us desert dwellers' reputation has gone down the drain. I must apologize to you on their behalf.
It's all right. You were also scammed by someone from Kasharwar after all. I should apologize to you on their behalf. Ultimately, neither of our experiences had anything to do with the desert or the rainforest. People who are new to an area are always easy targets for criminals.
Bad people are everywhere.
Yeah, you'll find both good and bad people everywhere. I can't understand the logic of those who like to take advantage of others, but I have to accept their existence as a fact of life. Anyway, I digress. Let's return to the topic at hand. Did you keep rejecting my designs because you thought I was deliberately using expensive materials to take a cut as a middleman?
That's what I was afraid of initially, yes. I eventually understood that you weren't out to cheat me. But unfortunately, I still don't have nearly enough Mora to pay for the design you proposed. I've done the math and know that we should be able to make it if we cut some corners. However, after our conversations, I can see that you're passionate about your design, and I'm quite fond of the proposal as well. So, I decided to try and see if I can afford your proposal as is. I've been looking for work every day, and in another month, I should be able to cobble together enough Mora to meet the budget.
By cobble together, you mean you're going to spend your entire life savings on this project? But then, what will you do if something unexpected comes up, and you find yourself stuck with no emergency fund?
To be honest, I haven't really thought about that. I mean, when you've lived to be my age and something happens, you can't really call it unexpected anymore. All I want is to build this library before I leave this world, so that the children of the future would have some books to read, and the desert dwellers would be able to learn their letters and pick up some practical knowledge.
You seem really passionate about this
A
project.
while ago, I heard that the academia had decided to recruit a number of exceptional children from the desert. Of course, this is welcomed news. But as someone who's spent their entire life in the desert, I still have a few concerns. I know the desert life and can predict what the problems will be. Many children from the desert have had neither the interest nor the proper environment to learn. So even if the academia would take them in, once they enter the halls, they might find themselves surrounded by other children who look and act very differently from
Oh,
them.
that is very true. Wow.
And as a result, they might become socially isolated.
Yes.
That's a serious
I can
issue to
imagine
bring
that.
up.
My father passed away at an early age. Even though I had a good number of friends during my years at the academia, for some time, I still sensed many critical looks in my direction. I'm sure a child coming all the way from the desert will have an even harder time. But let's bring this back to the building itself. I think you said that you want this building to be quiet and warm, with its doors serving as a solid barrier to block out the sound and fury outside, and allow one to focus on the book in their hands. Building it according to the current plan will be quite costly. Even if I don't charge you any commission fees, I don't think we'd be able to keep it under your budget. Any ideas on what we can do?
Would any other merchants be willing to sponsor the project?
Sponsor the project? You mean convince wealthy merchants to join our cause and pool their money together to build the library?
That's a
That does
thing.
make sense. A library is a big project, and it's going to be hard to fund it with just a single person's Mora. What do you think? If we can find others to sponsor the project, we could potentially increase the size of the building 2- or 3-fold.
It's all fine with me, but where do you think we'll be able to find these sponsors?
Well, you're right. If I really think about it, I'm not too familiar with many big-name merchants.
Can we ask Dory?
Her? Hard pass. With her shrewd and greedy personality, she would never put Mora into something like this.
Maybe she can connect us with some of her contacts?
Now there's an idea. She probably won't say no if all she'll need to do is to make some introductions instead of spending Mora. Let's go and pay her a visit.
I like how Dory's in a hangout event. Finally! We get to see some Dory action. The Palace of Alcazarsaray. There's teleport way. I was like, which teleport waypoint is this one?
Skyward!
Alright, laundry time. It's like you've been waiting to sleep for so long. You finally halted, and I'm still hurting. You never cared when my whole world burned, so I'll take you all with me. Oh, I'm sorry, Rit. Anyway, hi, I'm back. I started cooking my lunch. I will be back down there in like 15 minutes. Oh, Patty Sara. The Palace of Alcazar Saray.
Skyward! Scatter!
Hey Dory, how you doing?
Oh, now here are some unexpected guests. What brings you to the Palace of Alcazar's Ray? When I saw Kaveh, I almost thought it must be that time of month again. Sadly for me, I must wait a few more days before I can collect my shiny Mora.
Hey, can't you think of something else for a change? You are literally living in an objet d'art, and yet your mind is still fixated on nothing but Mora? What is the point of wealth?
Dory's
anyway?
a businesswoman.
Is your happiness
Business
entirely
people
dependent
focus
on,
on
your hoard of
money.
cold, emotionless Mora?
That's exactly right. Mora is extremely valuable, you see.
Exactly. It's called a medium of exchange, which is why we have money in the world.
Its way to somebody else's pockets. If you ask me, this place is still way too empty. Just give me some time and I'll fill it to the brim with lots and lots of Mora.
Oh, thank you, Riss. Let's get back to why we're here.
Oh, so you have an actual reason to visit me? Alright, let's hear it.
We would like to ask for your help in introducing us to some merchants.
Merchants? Why? Is there some kind of business opportunity?
You could do that. You could say that. You're fine. It's okay, Rit. You needed to vent. That's what matters. You described the library construction project to Dory.
See. So you're just looking for someone to help you fit the bill.
Dang, Dory. You don't have to put it like
I knew
that.
you wouldn't be interested in something like this. Still, you wouldn't refuse just making some introductions for us, would you?
Oh, it was a song.
Connected with
Oh.
some folks, but with every service comes a fee, you know.
Dory, screw you.
Fee? You mean just for introductions?
It's called Break My Heart Again. Oh.
Of course! Making introductions means using my connections and putting my reputation on the line. Why wouldn't I charge a fee for something so important?
It was pretty good. Oh, that's cool. What was the band that played that song?
Though, I'll give you a huge returning customer discount. How about 500,000 Mora?
500,000? I guess that's okay. But why are you charging a fee before we've even secured any funding? That just doesn't seem right. Besides, by helping us out, you'd be doing a great service to the public.
That doesn't matter to
Can't
Dory.
you take your mind off your Mora even for just 1 second?
Nope,
and
she's a
focus on something
businesswoman,
far more
Kaveh.
important?
We've established this.
Very well. Since you're so passionate about this project, I'll help you out and waive the introduction fees. 3 of my business partners came by earlier today to discuss some things with me, and they still haven't left yet. I'll arrange a meeting for you, and just so we're clear, it'll be up to you to present your project and discuss any deals.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You can wait here. I'll bring them over to you.
Kaveh could have been like this. I will deduct funds from the introductions, and Dory would totally do it. Ruba?
Dory gave us a brief introduction about the two of you. You are Kaveh, the renowned architect, and you are the traveler. Practically all of Teyvat has heard of you by now. To be frank, I don't feel like there's an obvious business opportunity here. But since Dory took the time to introduce you, we can spend some time to have a conversation. So, let's hear your idea.
All right, here's the situation. I've been commissioned to build a library in the desert, with the intended goal of allowing the desert dwellers to have more access to reading materials.
So it's a public welfare project.
Correct.
Then the commission fees will likely be very low. You should be careful.
I'm not too concerned about how much I'll get for the commission fees, actually. I'm fine with doing it for free. I just want to get this project rolling as soon as possible. We're just a little short on funding.
So what? You can't possibly expect that we just cover the shortfall for you. Besides, what does a library in the desert have to do with us? If you want to build
Spoken like a
build it
true
yourself, you
businessman.
own Mora. Seems simple enough to me.
Ugh.
Hey, there's no need to be so harsh. They are Dory's associates after all. Here, can you tell us a bit more about what we can gain from sponsoring this project?
Well, at least Rubab has some decency. You can get Kave's client to advertise your businesses in the desert.
So we'd mostly be doing it for reputation and exposure? There is some value to that. It could make doing business in the desert a bit easier.
Well, just speaking for myself, I've got nothing in the desert.
Then make something in the desert. There's
also
opportunity
have a
there.
concern.
You're a businessman for crying out loud.
Feels like there's not much to profit from in the short term. But in the long term, the reputation gain also doesn't sound like it'd offset the cost of the sponsorship.
Then how about this? What if, instead of building a single library, we commit to an entire complex of buildings dedicated to culture and education?
Wouldn't that just cost more?
Yes, but in that case... Mr. Kave, please tell us what you have in mind.
I'll just give an example. If we were to build a library and a school near Aru Village, then the desert dwellers would gradually begin to migrate towards the area. A whole suite of buildings will be able to host more traffic, and thus drive the economic development of the entire area. In turn, that would lead to direct business opportunities.
Sometimes to
I've
talk
been to
with
the
a
desert
business person,
several
you gotta
times.
think like one.
Although there are
Kave
still
hit the nail on the
lingering
head.
tensions between the two
Money is what
regions,
matters in a
the
business
amount of interaction
conversation.
has been steadily increasing, and in the long term, the desert will only become more and more important to Sumeru.
You do have a point.
Education in the desert is indeed an industry that has not been tapped into. If we can be the first to place stakes in the area.
And you just believe anything he tells you?
Even the greenest amateurs know that urban planning will affect population flow. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone on the street to confirm it to you.
You.
Tepu, screw you. Here's a good Tepu. Listen to Kave. You don't seem to think about your questions very thoroughly before speaking.
Why are you starting to sound like I'll hate them?
Wait, something just occurred to me. If we're going to build a library in the desert, Aru Village would
Oh, I thought I was
obviously
talking to
be the
Tipu, not Kave. My bad, Kave.
But it seems we're not the only ones with our eyes on the village. I heard a rumor a while back saying a lot of land and buildings in Aru Village have already been secretly purchased by a big-name merchant.
What?
What?
In other words, if we try to join the fray now, there won't be much left for us. If we want to build a suite of buildings focused on education and culture, Aru Village is the prime location. If we want to build it anywhere else, we'll have to deal with a far larger list of problems. It's not impossible, I suppose, but...
Then there's no hurry. We can wait for Aru Village to develop more first and get into the market for expansion to other areas.
But if you were to do that...
Is there nothing else to discuss? Great timing! I pretty much heard all I want to hear. If there are no other urgent matters, I'll be on my way.
I'll be off as well. If you have any new ideas, please feel free to reach out.
It seems like the others are not interested in funding this, so no point in me doing this on my own. Let's revisit this another time.
Hey, guys, wait! Well, what can I say? I guess it went somewhat as expected. They are Dory's friends, after all. As soon as they heard that there's not much more in this for them, they lost all interest.
That's just business, I guess.
Yeah,
It is
it's
business.
just another day
If you
doing
can't
business with
get the
people.
fish with your
I
bait,
can
it's
never get
kind of
used
up the
to
creek
that.
without a paddle, you know?
Those people never think of anyone other than themselves.
Yes,
Looks like we'll
that's
have to
how it
figure out some
happens,
other way to get the funding.
unfortunately.
Let's go.
Sometimes you just have to accept the harsh reality that that's how it is. Besides, like,
How did the meeting go? Want to talk about it?
oh wow, you heard us. By the way, I mean, it's not all bad. Out of someone's selfishness, they can create jobs. Like, businesses started with one person and then expanded, like
I take it
McDonald's.
you weren't able to find
Gave a lot of
sponsor for
jobs to
your
people,
project?
but it's a balancing act between selfishness and unselfishness.
Please don't tell
Unselfishness
me
and
that you're
giving
here
to
to mock
others.
us.
There we go.
What kind of person do you take me for?
A money
At
grubber.
the time,
That's what you
and
are.
Generous Lord Sangama Bay really do such a thing?
Oh, I forgot that is your nickname,
More or less
Sangama Bay.
expected this outcome even before I introduce them to you. You can try to talk up the project all you want, but the facts will remain the same. This project is high investment with slow returns. No sane person would put their money into this.
Yeah, that's why we have insane
This
people in
isn't
the world.
just a business project, right? Also, if you already knew no one would want to partner with us, why did you still try to charge me 500,000 mora? You scammer!
You might want to remember who your creditor is before you start talking like that, Kaveh.
I'll pay back every last coin that I still owe you, but that's a completely different matter.
Alright, since you're so devastated about this, I'll set you up for dinner with another big-name merchant. In fact, I'll be inviting the most famous merchant in all of Sumeru, so I'll be counting on your performance.
What? Really? I would like to sincerely apologize for my
You are
attitude
such a
just now.
pushover, Kaveh. You are a
Where would we be meeting
pushover.
this merchant?
Follow me. Oh, I suppose both of you can come.
Better be. What do you mean? I suppose both of you can come.
Just wish that some people would actually do their jobs.
I don't know. I like Dory. Even though Dory's the way she is, I like Dory. Huh?
This is the place.
Oh.
You said you're going to introduce us to the most famous merchant in Sumeru. Well, where are they?
You still don't get it, huh? The most famous merchant in Sumeru.
Is Lord Sangamabe?
Huh? So you meant yourself all along? Then
Simply.
why did you bring us here?
The way to handle that, I guess, is to focus really hard on studying. Like, it's not easy. There's no easy way to handle that. Like, you literally just have to kind of, like, push through. You have to power through the lecture. Just like, pretty much, gotta just have to power through it. Or you can do what I did and just have, like, a game on your phone while the lecture's going on. But mind you, the professor might call you out.
Well, I've given it some thought, that complex of education.
Gonna goon
and
mid-lecture.
culture
Oh,
building that you
shoot,
mentioned
Red.
does hold some promise. It'll be a pretty big Mora sink, and I'll have to fund it all on my own. But that's not really a problem for me.
Seriously? Where's this generosity coming from so suddenly? Are you trying to scam me again?
The reasons are not important. What's important is that I'm willing to help you. However, you know just as well as me that once this project actually breaks ground, it'll start sucking Mora from my pockets like crazy. So, to cut costs...
I get it. I won't charge any commission fees, and I'll take responsibility for the entire project.
Splendid! Then let's sign the contract right away.
Dory prepares 2 contracts. After a brief read, Kaveh signs them at a record speed.
This way, the children of the
Jeez.
desert will have some books to read. Their lives should improve a bit after this.
You seem rather pleased.
Of course, there are a few things better than using my knowledge to help other people change their fates.
I like how
must
Dory
thank you
is
as well,
using,
Dory.
like, the Nation of
Used to say you
Geo's,
only
like,
cared
law
about
of
Mora, which
contracts
might have been
in
some
Sumeru.
prejudice on my part. Sorry for that. I will also try to pay back my debts as soon as possible. Now, let's have a quick discussion. Where would you want the library to be built? That will be the most important building.
There's no rush. I'll provide you with a copy of the deed when we get back. You can just use the address on the document to find the lot.
Document.
Huh? The deed?
You don't mean.
So hold on a sec. The person who has been buying up everything around Aru Village was you all along?
Oh my, did I not tell you about that? Yep, yours truly has been buying up all the land. I must thank you for bringing your ideas to me. Before our conversation, I had no idea what to build on all those lots.
Dory. Gosh, spoken like a true businesswoman. Oh my gosh. See you soon. Whoopsie. Oh, alright. Yeah, I'll see you soon. Yeah, you heard the alarm? Yeah. Time for me to have lunch. I know, right? Hi friends, I am back from my laundry/lunch with my parents. It was just simple lunch in the dining room, so... Anyway, I'm back. Got one last load, so I'll be gone in about 38 minutes to do the last batch of laundry.
So, from my perspective, this has been a great turn of events. I didn't put much in and easily got a lot in return.
But what about my commission fees?
Huh? Didn't you waive those yourself? I was just gonna say that to cut costs. We mustn't procrastinate and should start construction as soon as possible. But before I could finish my sentence, you volunteered to waive your commission fees and even promised to take responsibility for the whole project from start to finish. I'm so touched, really.
Dory, you did finish your sentence, you
Obvious
piece
that
of
you
freaking
used every
garbage.
trick in the book to deceive me. You deliberately paused for a long time while talking about the project.
See,
and
Kaveh
kept
caught
glancing
on.
at me with that menacing look in your eyes.
Huh? You really think so? Well, the contract's already been signed, so there's no point in dwelling on the details. You know what? I'll pay for tonight's dinner.
Fine, I'll drop the argument on the commission fees. But since you said you're paying for dinner, I'm going to order the best dishes and booze this place has to offer, and lots of it. Tonight, we're feasting until I've recouped my full commission fees.
Oh shoot, man's gonna get wasted. A done deal. Wait a minute, I have to recoup my fees. Wow. That was it? We're not gonna see the grand unveiling of the library being built or anything like that? Huh. Okay. Concealed circumstances. Yeah, we'll go here. Not gonna lie, I'm actually really enjoying Kaveh's hangout event. It's pretty chill. Wow, I into a tree. George, George, George of the Jungle, watch out for that tree! Who here remembers George of the Jungle? That's such an old series.
We meet again.
Can we try a slightly different style?
A slightly different style. Give me a minute. Most architects would probably prioritize cutting costs and removing extra features in this situation. Indeed, converting the building into a simple bungalow would solve most of our problems. However, I do not think this would be the best solution. While it's true that the aesthetic value of a building is often viewed as an afterthought, neglecting it has some long-term negative consequences. It is especially undesirable in this situation, as the library will serve a high number of children, many of whom would have never been exposed to structures that may be considered elegant or beautiful. To completely give up on the more aesthetic design would mean stripping the children of an opportunity to appreciate the beauty of architecture. I share Badawi's sentiments in wanting to preserve a more complex design. However, if we can reduce the ornate aspects of the design while maintaining its fundamental elegance, which is to say we won't touch the arches and stone pillars, but make changes elsewhere, this is definitely a first. To make up for the loss of regular details, we would need to put a lot of extra effort into the layout, lines, and color.
I see. Would that really be okay?
It just increases the difficulty of the design. You should feel lucky that out of all the architects in the city, you chose to approach me. Most of the others would have given up on this project by now. As for inspiration...
But to be fair, you did give
I
up.
think I might have something in mind.
For a moment until
but
Aether
I'd need to visit
convinced
the
you
site to make
otherwise.
sure. Where do you want this place to be built? Tell me the exact location.
Aru Village. Although it wasn't my childhood home, I think it'll be the best site for such a building.
Okay, then we can pay a visit to Aru Village.
Is there something I can do for you? I've already caused you a lot of trouble before, and now you're revising the design again because of me. Which draft are we even on now? It's making me feel terribly guilty.
Let me think. You said you used to be an Eremite mercenary, right? In that case, you could help us clear out some monsters that are blocking the way to Aru Village. We want to keep the roads clear, and reduce the loss of materials during transport to a minimum. If everything goes well, that'll help us save some Mora.
All right, just leave it to me. If there's anything I'm good at, it's clearing out monsters.
What are
That
you waiting for,
six-pack
then?
says a lot
Let's
already.
Pack up and get ready to go.
I don't know, I like Dory's ending better, though. Dory's ending was great, because I got to see Dory again. Yeah, I guess you could say that she's adorable.
Skyward! Scatter!
Entity is timed out and disappeared. What? I just clicked the X button once, though. What?
Skyward! Scatter!
Most materials going from Caravan Rebat to Aru Village would pass through here. There are a lot of monsters out here today. If you find it hard to keep up, just let us know.
Oh, don't worry about me. This is nothing. I'll be careful, though, and you should do the same.
Sight clear.
Oh!
Seize the skies!
Looks like Kaveh is a trial character, even though I pulled Kaveh.
Skyward! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Scatter! Skyward! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Skyward!
Are you hurt?
I'm fine. I've spent my entire life fighting these kinds of monsters in the desert, after all. They won't get the best of me. But it's one thing to fight against monsters, and another to fight against an old injury. It's something I picked up when I was young. There were many fights between mercenary brigades back then, and one day someone stabbed me in the back. I didn't think much of it back then, but with age, it's caught up to me. Few mercenaries get to enjoy their later years. Failing health tends to take the joy out of reputation and wealth. And many mercenaries never even made much of the latter to begin with.
Is there someone you know who can help to look after you?
Unfortunately, no. My wife passed away at an early age, and I don't have any children.
Aww.
Sometimes I'd close my eyes and realize most of my life story has already been written. I have many regrets about my past, but at the same time, I also know that there were never many options for me in the first place. I joined the Eremites when I was young, and won many battles with them. My survival was more a matter of luck than actual ability, if at all possible. I want future children of the desert to have some more options in life. I don't want them to turn out like me. My apologies. The older we get, the more we tend to ramble. Seems like we've already cleared out most of the monsters. Let's hurry over to Aru Village.
But Badawi walks to the distance as he talks. Huh. What's on your mind?
I think it's really admirable of him to spend his whole life savings on people he's never met. Maybe he's doing this out of natural kindness. A kindness that hasn't been eroded away by the struggles of his life.
You're also that kind of person, which is why you're helping him.
Perhaps. To clarify, though, I don't think I'm quite the same. Some people call me an idealist. I do have some sentiments of that general persuasion, such as wanting everyone to be able to lead a happy life. But my situation is more complex than that. In the beginning, what drove me to harbor those thoughts was less idealism and more a desire to make up for a sense of guilt. When I was young,
Not following the script, I
impulsively
see.
encouraged my father to take part in the first Inter-Darshan Championship, hosted by the Academia. He set off confidently hoping to win something for me, but failed to clinch the title. What's more, he fell into depression after the competition, and requested to join an investigative research project in the desert. I never saw him again. Word has it that he got caught in quicksand. Even if other factors may have contributed to his death, the fundamental cause still circles back to me. I started doing many things in life because I wanted to make amends. Even in cases where I couldn't do something for a specific person, I still did whatever I could. I think I just wanted to make myself feel a little better.
And is that still how you feel?
At this point, even I don't know. I've tried self-reflection, but it didn't help. I can't seem to walk away from many things that I see or hear about, even if they don't directly concern me. and I can't quite pinpoint the source of it. Maybe it's just like what those Vahumana scholars often say. It's hard for people to truly understand themselves. I could be doing things out of endless guilt, or I could be doing them out of a strong sense of empathy. It could even just be a matter of conceit. The potential motivations could number in the dozens, but the actions they result in are the same. Anyway, I suppose I don't really mind being called an idealist. They also used that term to describe my father. It seemed to carry fewer connotations back when he was around. I've known Al-Haytham for many years now, and discussed my ideology with him for nearly as long. Maybe argued is a better word for it. He told me a long time ago that no matter how strong of a swimmer you may be, you'll still get dragged under by the others who are drowning once you run out of stamina. He believes this is the fate that awaits all idealists. I still believe I should live by my ideals, and I've given him countless reasons why I think it's a good idea to do so. Perhaps my ideals are flawed, but are there really any perfect things in this world? Unfortunately, he remains unconvinced. His personality is the exact opposite of my own. If someone happens to drown next to him, he'll most likely stand on the shore and mumble something along the lines of respecting other people's fates. But as you can see, I'm not the only idealist in the world. Just as there are different seasons, there are also different people. There are many others who will continue to care about the fates of those who are not directly related to them. And when I finally run out of stamina, someone will also reach out and bring me back to shore. Someone will help me, right? Yes, I've already been helped like that before.
Should I have a life preserver at the ready?
Oh, please. It's not like we're actually talking about swimming. Also, just so you know, I actually took a swimming elective back in the day. Don't underestimate my skills. Either way,
I mean, you swam through Tevat. Like, if I put you in a party, I'm pretty sure you could swim.
Already welling up inside of me. Maybe this will be just the opportunity I needed to create a whole new style. All right, let's head to Aru Village.
That was quite the exposition. Are we gonna talk to Candace? Talk to Candace? No, over there, okay.
Skyward! Scatter!
Now that we're here, it's my partner's time to shine. Marak!
Oh, what's this?
My toolbox. I built it using an ancient mechanical core. It's not too smart, but it's super useful and can help me with a variety of tasks. I'll take Marak and find a suitable location for the building. Once that is done, I'll get to work on a few designs.
Traveler?
Sataria?
You know each other?
Hello. I suppose you must be Kaveh from Kasharwar. I've heard of you before. My name is Sataria, and I'm currently the person in charge of promoting educational assistance programs here in the desert.
Oh yeah!
Educational assistance program.
That was from the Archon quest.
Then you must be familiar with the local conditions here.
I can't say I'm too familiar just yet, but if you have any questions, I'll try my best to answer them.
I've been commissioned by Mr. Badawi to build a library in the desert. We've settled on the general design direction, but we are trying to finalize some details based on the conditions around the intended location.
A library? Do you intend to open it to the public for free?
That's right. I want to make sure the children will have books to read.
That's fantastic! I'm sure the children will be thrilled. Right now, we don't have access to many paper books or a quiet place to read. Truth be told, this very thing has been keeping me up at night.
Let me get straight to my questions then. Can you estimate the number of children around here who'd be interested in reading? Besides the usual noise of village pedestrians, are there any other sources of noise in the village? Oh, and have any landslides occurred here recently? And also, where are the spots around the village that have been most affected by wind and erosion?
Sataria considers Kave's questions and offers her answers.
All right, that should be everything. Badawi, let's go over the budget again. We'll keep the building structure the same, but make the place a little bigger, so it'll be able to hold more people and get better natural light. The parts of the project that cost the most will be the insulation and ventilation materials. I'm sure you understand, no one likes to read in a place that's hot and stuffy. I want to make significant changes to the arrangement of the bookshelves, tables, and chairs. I'll go over the specifics of that shortly. I have 2 plans in mind. Both are pretty minimalist in style, but will provide a very different ambiance from the world outside. Our final cost should be around 70% of the last figure I quoted. The whole thing should take around half a year to complete. Marak has produced a sketch for all of you to see. If everyone's okay with it, then we'll proceed with that as the formal plan.
You've got a new design plan already?
The inspiration just came to me naturally. All I did was put thoughts to paper. I must give you credit, though. If it weren't for your advice and suggestions, I probably wouldn't have landed on this new style so quickly. According to the traditions of my profession, I should probably name this style after you. Let's call it the Traveler style. In the meantime, let's look forward to the day when this building is completed and can finally open its doors.
Oh, cool. Blueprint for the future. Present suffering is nothing compared to granting hope for the future to others. Nice. Gotta go all the way back to the tavern. Okay. Oh, thank you. I will leave in like 21 minutes because I got one more load of laundry to do.
Taking this commission was truly the...
I honestly have no idea.
No worries. It was just an offhand question. It's been bothering me for a while. Even when I'm awake, the question haunts me like a bad dream. I still haven't found a good answer to it. Or maybe there was never a correct answer in the first place.
Kaveh still looks dejected, and even the wine didn't help his mood. How can I help him cheer up? Oh, this one. Let's do something else and clear your mind.
Sounds great to me.
The Bangbu event is so long. Which one?
Anymore. But what should we do?
Is it the
Probably not a good
Camellia
idea to
Golden
drink
Week one?
until I pass out here.
You can get Denny's though. What? Cool. Why did you decide to become an architect?
Huh? Where did that come from? I mean, it's not like it's some kind of secret. You probably already know some bits and pieces of my past. My mother is also an architect. I've always adored her drawings, and when I was young, I used to sit next to her and watch her bring all kinds of buildings to life on paper. You could say my interest in architecture just naturally grew with time.
Would she be able to understand how you're feeling right now?
Perhaps. In fact, I have also seen my mother argue with her clients, but she would always quickly find the motivation to return to her work. Unfortunately, I've barely had any contact with her since she remarried and moved abroad. Even if I wanted to ask her about her ability to stay positive after an argument, it would seem rude to barge into her life again over something as trivial as that. I did remember something else, though. When my mother left, she only carried some small personal luggage with her. She left most of the belongings in the house to me. At the time, she even told me that it would be great if I could learn a few lessons from her life experiences, so my life and career could go a little more smoothly. I hadn't quite come to grips with my emotions, and didn't really have it in me to go through any sentimental items. So I just packed anything with memories away in a box and haven't reopened it since. It's been a really long time. Now that so many years have passed, maybe I have finally developed the maturity I need to face those memories without losing my mind. Yeah, I should dig it out and take a look.
Do you think I can come with you?
Sorry, I've had too much to drink and wasn't thinking clearly. You're right. I should do these kinds of things with the support of a friend. Speaking of that, I can call you a friend now, right? Either way, thanks for reminding me.
I thought we were already friends, what?
Had I just gone back by myself, it would have looked like I'm deliberately trying to keep things from you. Ugh, thinking too hard about the words is giving me a headache, so I'll just give it to you straight. thanks to your advice, I have decided to put my current projects on pause for now, and spend some time trying to rekindle the passion for my craft. If you want to stick around and see how this will turn out, you'll be sure to encounter some bits and pieces of my past. Do you think you'd find that too boring?
I don't think so.
All right, then let's head back together. I mean, you already know where I live. Who knew that the day would come when I too would have some friends over? Let me see.
I could have sworn you and Aether were friends already.
House this morning. Oh, Hatham shouldn't be home now either. He's usually in the records room at this time of the day. Anyway, there's no more time for drinks. I'll go take care of the bill.
Ooh, nice.
Skyward! Scatter!
Hatham isn't in, so feel free to sit wherever. I'll bring out the box.
Kaveh brings out a box and dusts it off. What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. I just didn't realize how much time had passed. The box is pretty dusty, which means it's already been a while since I've moved into this place. And many years since my mother moved to Fontaine. I'm happy for her. I hope she'll be able to find happiness there. She raised me all by herself after my father passed away. It definitely wasn't easy for her. Anyway, enough about that. Let's see what I packed into this box. What are all these things?
Is that a drawing?
Oh, I remember now. This is a drawing I made in Port Ormos. Obviously, I wouldn't call it anything special now, but I was less than 5 years old when I made this drawing.
That's impressive for a 5-year-old, just saying.
You could say it's pretty good for a child of that age.
Oh, you're 25, Kaveh? Whoa.
Now that I've said that out loud, I suppose I do have some level of artistic talent, right?
Why do you say that?
Criticism and self-doubt have always been a part of the artistic process. Without criticism, there can be no improvement. It's normal for me to question my abilities from time to time. I admit that I may have spent a little too long questioning myself this time around. But as you know, the heart tends to dwell on whatever it pleases. Anyway, never mind. The more I talk about it, the less confident I feel. Let's see what else we have in the box. Ah, my building blocks! It's been years since I've last seen these. When I was a kid, I used to stack them super high, and could even stabilize the tower to keep it from tumbling over. Oh, and this blueprint. I made it by copying my mother's sketch. The aspect ratio was horrendous. It's still technically the first blueprint I made myself, though. I was super proud of myself when I finished it, and put it in the same pile as my mother's sketches, hoping she'd notice and compliment me for my good work. Unfortunately, my mother didn't realize that I had put it there. When she had a meeting with a client the next day, she handed my blueprint to him by mistake. The client was completely confused by this new blueprint, but apparently he felt too tongue-tied to question such a famous architect. It was only a few days later that he finally gathered up the courage to pay my mother a visit. He asked, "The door in this blueprint is even taller than the roof. Is this supposed to be part of the design?"
And what happened after that?
My mother took me with her to personally apologize to the client several times. She didn't scold me about it in private, though. Instead, she went over all the steps required to draw a good blueprint, and was very patient throughout the whole process. I still remember it like it was yesterday. Let's see, is there anything else left in this box? Huh. What was this again?
A notebook with a lock?
Ah, this is my mother's notebook. She used to write and sketch in it all the time. When I was a child, I used to be super fascinated by this notebook, and always pestered my mother to let me read it. After asking her a few times, she told me that I could read it as long as I could guess the password. Huh. Wonder why she didn't take this notebook with her. Did she leave it to me on purpose?
You could open it and take a look.
If only I could. I never managed to guess the password.
Even after all those years?
Hey, it's not a matter of time, it's a matter of inspiration. That's what we need to guess the password. Who knows? Maybe this time something will click in my head, and the answer will just present itself. Let me think. What could it be?
Your name?
I could tell what you were thinking. Don't worry, I tried all the easy guesses a long time ago. I've tried my name, my father's name, my mother's name, my grandparents' names on both sides, and all of our birthdays. I've tried every name and number remotely related to my family. I've even tried stuff like love you Kaveh, take care, and yours truly. I've tried every cheesy phrase and well wish in the book, but this lock has refused to budge. I wouldn't try that route again. I have a hunch that it won't be that simple. Also, if she really did use something like that, she'd never hear the end of it from the folks over at Haravatat if they ever found out.
We can try asking some of her old acquaintances. Then maybe we should just put it aside for now. Oh, no.
So we could find someone who was close to my mother and see if they might know anything? I see what you're saying, but who should we talk to for that? My mother was never really the one to be social. My father was the one with more friends, but all those connections were severed when he died. Let me think. Is there still someone at the academia who would know my mother? Ah, actually, there is someone. Professor Zaha Hadid.
Who is that?
Huh. You've never really heard of her?
I mean,
She's
I'm
a
pretty
famous
sure we
historical
have. We
scholar
even...
and
I
leading
think
expert
we've
in
encountered her with the
formal
whole
garden design.
Layla hangout
My
event, too.
mother studied under her as a student many years ago. Professor Zaha Hadid published many works during her career, so I was able to learn a lot by studying her essays. If there's anyone who still remembers my mom, it'd be her. She's older now and is no longer teaching at the academia. But if I remember correctly, she spends most of her time around the
Zahaha.
Marstone area.
Like Blackbeard's. Zahaha. Blackbeard's laugh.
Let's go take a look. We might
I
run
am
into
so
her.
behind on One Piece. I need to catch up. I feel like I'll catch up on anime once I've gotten caught up with Genshin Impact and Zenless Zone Zero. And Honkai Star Rail. I feel like I'll go ahead and do it. But then there's Honkai Third Impact. Fudge. Too many gotchas. But I like I feel like I shouldn't take Honkai Third Impact seriously. Like, it'll be a gacha game that I'll go to every once in a while, like I do for Zerlane. Princess Connect Redive and Senran Kagura New League, unfortunately. Yeah, I'll never catch up. I'll just never catch up, I guess. Tainari? Tainari is like in almost all these story quests and hangout events.
Forget it. I'll just head back.
Tainari, what are you doing here?
Oh, it's you. Good to finally see you again. I came into the city to buy some experiment reagents, hoping to bring them back with me to Gandharvaville. But as soon as I got here, I noticed someone banging on Cyrus's door. You've all heard of Cyrus, right? He's an ex-sage and Sino's adoptive father. I was thinking about
I know,
going over
we
to
did
ask
that
what's
together.
happening. That granny over there may appear old and frail, but her vocal cords certainly sound loud and healthy as ever.
Granny?
Yeah, she's just over there. You can go check out the situation yourselves in a moment. Kaveh, were you at the tavern?
I had a quick drink or two. Can you still smell the alcohol?
Drinking in broad daylight. Really? You want to pass out by the road and get run over by a sumpter beast like some mindless fungus? Huh? And you, traveler? You didn't try to stop him? You look like a wreck, Kaveh. What happened? Are you feeling down again? You know what? I'm hosting a meal at Pardistii tomorrow evening. Do you want to come?
Huh?
What the fudge?
I had no idea.
Wait, you will drug your water,
Think for a
you
moment.
haulier, then
I'll
thou...
come
Oh,
if I can find some time.
Tainari.
All right. Then I'll plan on reserving 2 seats for you. I'll be heading back to Gandharvaville.
I guess.
I have a feeling that argument over there is going to continue for quite some time. It might be best if we don't get involved.
Too bad.
Granny who lives nearby. Let's go take a look.
It's Zaha Hadid.
Yeah, skyward.
Oh, I thought it was you. Oh, hey girl.
Ha! So, plan on keeping yourself locked in there, huh? Fine by me. If you're not going to come out, then I'm not going to leave. My tomato was growing so well, it had all the potential to become the best tomato this year, and you cut it straight from the vine.
I already told you I had nothing to do with it. Why would I take a tomato that's still weeks from ripening? You'd have to be awfully green as an investigator to think it was me. You see, the word green here could refer to both the color of the tomato and the fact that your skills could use some.
Enough nonsense! Just come out and face me, you coward!
You're out of your mind. If I've actually done something wrong, then get a mantra and pull me out by force, why don't ya?
Oh, why you?
Don't tell me this is...
Professor Zahahadi?
And who are you? Oh, Kaveh. Fancy seeing you here. How long has it been? Come on, get over here and let the professor take a good look at you. Not bad, not bad. You've grown taller again.
Professor, what's going on here?
It's no big deal, really. A few of us old scholars got bored in our retirement and decided to put together a vegetable growing competition. At the end, whoever loses will have to go up on stage and do a performance for the winners. Which brings us to our current predicament. My tomato was sure to win until a certain someone decided they couldn't bear to lose.
Hey, don't try to defame me in front of the kids. If we're airing out each other's dirty laundry now, then why don't we talk about you sneaking into Janat's garden the other night?
Lucky for you,
Got called out.
seeing these youngsters come to pay their respects today has put me in a better mood. I'll let you off the hook. For now, come on,
Sure.
let's go. We'll take our conversation elsewhere. He doesn't need to be a part of it.
Yes, of course.
That's funny. He doesn't need to be a part of it. Zaha Hari, come on. Fam, come on.
Is Faranak still doing well?
Yes, as far as I know. She left for Fontaine some time ago and started a new life for herself. She's still doing work related to architecture, though.
Ah, yes. I did hear about that. Did that upset you at all?
No, not at all. She's already sacrificed a lot raising me as a single mother.
That's good to hear. Your mother did struggle quite a bit those few years. It's probably a good thing that she found a new place to call home. Sometimes I wonder if things were harder
Glory's
for her
lover?
because
Like,
she was so
Glory
beautiful.
from Mondstadt?
People were always
Because if you're
drawn
talking about
to
Glory
her
from
beauty
Mondstadt,
first,
then,
only to realize she had a
yeah, I have.
sensitive and vulnerable heart underneath.
I've actually
She
done
was
the commission
still
quest
quite young
for
when she first
Glory's
joined my
lover
class
multiple
as a
times
student.
back in the day.
Beautiful and
I think that was
radiant
called.
with her golden hair, yet quiet and single-minded. She seemed like a lass from some aristocratic house who was seeing the outside world for the
No,
first time.
I think she's talking to my dad. I think my mom's talking to my dad. I did hear her say something, but I didn't hear my name, so. She did. She yelled. Filipinos in this household yell.
She had
You're
to
good,
make
you're
a
good,
lot
right,
of
you're good.
drastic changes in her life to raise you on her own. Even during her time in the academia, she was a thorough perfectionist. If she was unsatisfied with something she had made, she'd insist on redoing it, even if I was perfectly happy with it. She had many admirers, and they'd always fill up the first few rows of seats, hoping they could get closer to her sitting in the first row. If it were any of my other classes, you'd have found nobody sitting in the front. But every time I saw her, she was always in that same rigid pose. She'd have one hand on her forehead with the other
Time to start again like Omni-Man. What's 18 more years? Oh, right. Quote from Invincible. I remember that quote.
I'm sure she had many difficult moments in her life. How did she cope with the stress?
I'm not too sure. She never talked about such things with me. She rarely opened up to other people, you know. I do remember one time, though, when she got into a heated argument with a friend. She said something I found very memorable. She said, "True art cannot be understood, but as an artist, I wish some people could understand its meaning and value. If you ask me, that's probably the greatest source of pain for geniuses of their craft. It's extremely hard for them to find someone who can truly understand their ideas."
So that's how it is. I wonder if the password could be...
Understanding?
I tried both just now. Seems those aren't it either.
What are you trying to do?
My mother left her notebook to me. but it has a password, and I haven't figured out what it is yet. I'm trying to learn more about her so I'd have a better chance at cracking the code. Thank you for all that you told us.
It's the least I can do. Talking to youngsters like yourself makes me feel younger too. Honestly, looking at you now, I can see how much you resemble her. It's almost as if she's standing right in front of me again. Your personalities are quite alike, too. You're both stubborn and both a little awkward. Of course, I'm sure the similarities are mostly superficial. But so long as you continue to harbor those traits, you'll find a lot of difficulties in your work. I've taught a lot of students over my career, and in my experience, very few genius architects of Ksharawar ever found happiness for themselves. They would know exactly what they want to express and fight for it tooth and nail, which inevitably led to arguments with their clients. Some clients would choose to respect the architect's vision or just let the argument go because of the architect's reputation. But those are the rare ones. When Faranak first graduated, she was getting into arguments with her clients nearly every single day. I think it only got a little better when she met your father.
I see. But wasn't my father from Ratawaist? Could he understand the designs my mother made?
No, I think they were probably beyond him, too. But despite that, he still stayed next to her, listening to her joys and sharing in her sorrows. Faranek had many admirers, but she ended up choosing your father. His support probably played a part in that decision.
So instead of understanding, perhaps all we need is just companionship.
Maybe that's what she was trying to tell you?
Huh. It worked.
Oh, was that the right password?
Yes!
Then you should be on your way, child. Find a quiet place and see what she wanted to say to you. Being the awkward person that she is, I suppose there were many things that Faranek could never say out loud. Instead, she probably left them in her diary, hoping that they would make their way to you one day.
What was that message, Rit? I saw that.
Again, just come and find me here. You're always welcome to discuss architecture topics with me as well.
Thank you so much, Professor.
There's
Thank you,
no need
Automod.
to be so formal.
Huh?
I'll let
I
you
saw
kids
that.
go.
Which
Time
message?
for me to take another stroll around the vegetable garden.
Got my eye on you, Rit. Yeah.
I wonder what my mother could have written about.
I don't know. Yeah. Autobot was like, no. Gay freak. And I was like, huh? I'll deny it. No, I can't. It's too late. Oh, and speaking of which, I need to do laundry. I'll be right back. But yeah, no, you put a message. The freak Alhatham thing, that's what you put. Automod stopped it because it was a phrase, and I was like, I'll deny that phrase now. No, you're fine. I saw that. I was like, oh, Rit. Good thing Automod exists. Alright, I'm gonna do some laundry. I am back. Hello. Kaveh starts quickly flipping through the notebook, revealing lines upon lines of elegant writing.
Deed's class is the toughest, but I think it's actually not too bad.
You're fine, Rit, you're fine.
Though, structural mechanics is definitely a pain, no matter how you try to approach it. I doubled down and managed to get through it in the end. I met someone special. At first, I didn't think much of him, but now, I feel very happy whenever I get to spend time with him. We decided to name our son Kaveh. I don't think a younger me would have ever imagined forming such an intimate bond with another person. Back then, I lived only in the shadow of myself, as well as that of the dream in my heart. The bad news came. And even though it's been several days now, I still can't bring myself to come to terms with what happened. My eyes are so swollen, it's hard to see. What if they're all lying to me? And this is just a long, cruel dream. But I have to face reality. I still have someone to take care of. No matter what happens, I'll do my best to raise my son on my own.
Huh? Is this a drawing? Seems like it was done by my mother. This blonde man was probably my father. But who are the other people in the picture? Huh? Why do a few of them look somewhat familiar?
Yeah, they do seem familiar. We only got to skim it because I wasn't paying attention.
From the
I
dates in
noticed the
notebook,
dad.
she probably drew this more than 30 years ago. I hadn't even been born yet. Maybe we were thinking.
It was
too much.
Tainari? You think? Yeah, I saw the video.
There
What
are
was
a
the
few
other
lines
dude?
written in the diary about this as well.
The one who invited us to the gathering is a talkative woman. Including us, 3 couples showed up. There was also a person who came alone. The talkative woman introduced everyone to each other. She spoke really quickly, so I couldn't quite catch everything she said. But I also didn't feel like asking her to repeat herself. My husband seems to be friends with the man with long ears. I couldn't really join their conversation, so I've resigned myself to sitting in a corner and drawing in my notebook. I don't think I'd be able to become friends with any of these people. Especially that stiff-looking couple. That man is certainly very handsome, but he would constantly alternate between disjointed and serious ways of talking. His wife is a bit more bearable. We were not acquainted with each other to begin with, and I doubt we'll see each other again after this gathering. The ambiance of this gathering is surprisingly pleasant, however. Talking to people can allow us to find some peace after a long day. Maybe my son will also partake in these gatherings in the future. I hope he'll be able to make many friends.
Who would have thought my mother used to attend that kind of thing? It seems she was only good at talking about her own work, and found it difficult to join into other conversations. As a result, she often kept to herself and would be off to the side, drawing. There's more written on the back. Oh, it seems like it was written to me.
Kaveh. I was both overjoyed and distressed when I learned of your decision to continue your studies in Kasharawar. You are very talented, and I am confident that you will become an architect of much acclaim. However, the more talented you are as an artist, the more misery and anguish you may encounter. No one will be able to help you during your journey as an artist. But outside of your life as a creator, you can learn to form connections with other people.
Rit.
And enjoy many other things in life. It's the only way to
Get down with
alleviate
the
your
sickness.
suffering.
No, thank you.
Whenever you feel down, seek out a friend to sit and have a chat.
Like I'll hate them?
You can accumulate joy and fulfillment by spending time with them. The positive feelings you gain will get you through the long and difficult years. Never forget that companionship is the most important thing of all.
So that's the answer she prepared for me. She really thought long and hard about me and my future. Well, now that I've read her words, do you think I should accept Tainari's invite and attend that dinner at Pardis Di?
Wait, you were actually considering not going?
the thought definitely crossed my mind. Although it'd be nice to get together with friends and chat the night away, I don't want to bring down other people's moods because I'm sad. Besides, don't most people hate the feeling of seeing their friends troubled and being unable to help? And what's worse, nearly all of my problems can't be easily resolved with some encouraging words or gesture. And don't forget, I'm also older than all of them. As their senior, I should appear to be a bit more responsible.
Yeah, nah, good prawn is more important. Nah, just be heartless, what the fudge. But Tainari saw right through you.
Huh, you're right. I really didn't expect to run into him here. I swear, his nose must be just as sensitive as his ears. Well then, I guess it's best that we go and join him for dinner. That means I'll owe him yet another meal now. You know what? I'm not going to overthink it. I'll see you tomorrow
And is what
at
now?
Party's DI.
Oh, the party's tomorrow? Oh. 16? The following day? Alright, take care. Gonna eat some lechons. Or luncheons. Alright. Enjoy your luncheons. Or lechons.
Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter!
Sino?
Alhaitham also got my invite, right? Will he be coming to join us?
That guy, he's never been a fan of social gatherings. I wouldn't get my hopes up if I were you.
Are you sure? All right then. I guess we won't wait for him.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, maybe we should give him a little more time. We can keep chatting for a while longer.
Oh, sure.
You still haven't told me, what's the occasion for getting us together here at Pardis DI?
We're celebrating the end of the first phase of Kale's studies. I wanted to thank you all for the help you've given her along the way.
Then where's Kale?
She said she wanted to show everyone a bit of what she's learned, so she's still doing some last-minute prep at home. She'll be here shortly. Anyway, let's get started. To tell you the truth, I'm actually not so confident that the second phase will go as well as the first. The curriculum will become a lot more involved, and I'm worried that she won't be able to get through all of it. I was hoping we could brainstorm about it together before she gets here.
I knew this wouldn't be just a simple free dinner. Is that why you also invited Alhaitham?
Yes. I thought it would be good if we could all put our heads together about this. Anyway, let's take a quick trip down memory lane. What did you guys do when you ran into a problem that you didn't know how to solve? Or got assigned a project that you knew you weren't going to finish on time?
Never happened to me.
I'd just pull another all-nighter.
You two are hopeless. Does anyone have a more useful answer to the question?
Perhaps you could adjust the pace of the curriculum?
Ooh, that's a good point. Confidence is the most important thing. Once you lose your sense of confidence, it'll become all but impossible to find the motivation to study.
True that.
This could be a potential direction. I have already redesigned the literacy curriculum, and I was originally hoping to ask Alhaitham for his opinion, but...
It's very simple. Instead of focusing on the amount of material you would like to teach, focus on the amount the student would be able to remember.
Oh, I never thought of that. That's actually some solid advice.
Wow, you actually showed up. I could probably count the number of times you've actually come to gatherings like this on just one hand.
It's still more than the number of times you've managed to get a proposal approved on the first try.
As long as you're still aware. So, what made the difference this time? Are you looking to drink your sorrows away with some friends?
That's your purpose for being here, not mine. Don't project your ways of thinking onto me.
So you're saying the only reason you came is to help Tainari with his brainstorming?
Precisely. Kale will have a long road in front of her.
Hey, just to get one thing clear. Even if Kale manages to make her way to the academia, we cannot let her enroll in her Avatat. Kasharawar is obviously the best choice for her. She's been a trainee forest ranger for so long, she'll definitely be good with her hands.
What are you saying? Spontamad is the better choice. It's where I graduated from, after all.
Then what about Amorta? That's the Darshan her master actually graduated from.
There are only 2 other Darshans left. We might as well select all of them on her enrollment application.
Dang, I'll hate them.
I'm trying to have a serious discussion here. Traveler, you aren't associated with any of the 6 Darshans. In your opinion, which Darshan would be the best choice for Kale?
I think she should get through the second phase of her studies first.
Well said.
Agreed. And my goal in inviting you here was to gather some thoughts on the execution of this second phase.
Phase 2 far exceeds Phase 1 in both curriculum complexity and the speed of instruction. I hope Kale has prepared herself for what is coming.
Hey, what are you thinking now? Please don't tell me you're planning on lending her those abstruse books from your home library.
Actually, I was thinking about lending her a professions guide.
I'll make sure to write, "Don't become an architect" on the front page of that.
But don't you love your job, Kaveh?
You're right. I can't deny that.
Is there another phase after Phase 2? What's the ultimate goal of all of this? Are we trying to prepare her for a job in the academia?
We don't need to think that far ahead. Hold that thought, though. I think my vegetables are done.
Everyone enjoys a relaxed and pleasant dinner. Oh, that's nice.
I'm telling you, that client had no idea what he was talking about. No matter what I did, he had something bad to say about it.
Kaveh sure gets drunk fast.
Have you considered finding another client?
They're all the same. I haven't had a good night's sleep for months now. Who do they think they are, ordering me to alter my design over and over again just because they have some Mora?
It's too late now to change careers. You might as well try to find some joy in the pain. Besides, you'll be getting up in the middle of the night to make edits to your own design even when the client doesn't request it.
No. That's not true.
Cheer up, Kaveh. I'll tell you a new joke.
We'll save that for the end, Sino. You can keep it to yourself until then.
Dang, Tainari.
Whatever. I'm not going to use my brain anymore. Let's drink tonight to our heart's content.
Oh, that's nice, though. Leisurely gathering. The positive feelings you gain will get you through the long and difficult years. That's true. Okay. Oh. Dear Memento. Where do I go?
Skyward! Scatter!
Alhaitham isn't in, so feel free.
Then maybe we should just put it aside for now.
Yeah, you're right. Although I was hoping to find some words of wisdom from my mother, if I stop and think about it, her words may not be the advice that I need to hear right at this moment. Everyone's life journey is different. Traveler, you've visited many lands and met many people, so I'm sure you've run into situations where some advice wasn't exactly suitable for the situation at hand. I just got an idea though. If I want to rekindle the creative passion that I had before, instead of trying to unlock an old notebook, why don't I take a walk around the parts of town that had changed my life? What do you think?
Sounds good to me.
I'm glad you agree. Then let's start by taking a quick stroll around the academia.
Yeah. Because teleport waypoints in Sumeru City is weird.
Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Skyward! Scatter!
Oh, you still see Nahida and the Wanderer. That's great.
the places in the academia, I remember this one most. When my studies got busy, I used to pull all-nighters here trying to finish my blueprints.
You sound like you almost missed it.
Who doesn't miss their time at the academia? Life was a lot simpler then, and we all had far less troubles. I created many designs that I thought were beautiful in the House of Dana. I drew whatever came to mind, since I didn't have to care about budget constraints or turning them into reality.
Why did you like to draw in the House of Dana?
If I had to give a reason, it'd probably be because I like the ambiance here. The academia also had a rule that allowed scholars to annotate any physical books they came across. As a result, the books here are chock full of scholars' wisdom across many generations. Here, this is a great example. This book, History of Ancient Sumeru Architecture, contains some analysis that I did many years ago. Huh? Why is Alhatham's handwriting also in here? When did he ever read this book? I guess it's probably from when we worked on that research project together. Anyway, he probably never cared to tell you this, but the House of Dana is where Alhatham and I first met. I came here to do my homework, and saw him sitting by himself next to that row of bookshelves. A group of Haravatat scholars were chatting near him, but he looked as if he was too lazy to join them. There was a pretty stark difference between him and all the rest of them. It was my fault for feeling bad for him. I thought he must have gotten into some kind of trouble and went over to ask if he needed anything, not realizing that...
Not realizing that you were in fact the one in a whole heap of trouble?
Whoa, Alhatham!
Alhatham? Why are you here?
The House of Dana is a public space. Anyone can come here, no?
But shouldn't you be at the records room at this hour? You're not here to watch me make a fool of myself, are you?
You think I would derive amusement from watching you fall into depression over your life's various troubles? If that's the case, then I suppose I must have been entertaining myself for years.
Yes, you have. I know
came
you
here to
do.
pick
I
up
know
a
you
few
enjoy
files.
it.
If your voice hadn't managed to get through my soundproof earpieces, I probably wouldn't have noticed you.
Soundproof my foot if you heard
I admit
Kaveh.
I was probably overreacting just now.
Well, want to continue the story?
Probably not when he's right here with us. As his senior, I shouldn't try to tarnish his reputation.
There was nothing embarrassing or shameful about it. When I was still a student at the academia, I once collaborated with Kaveh on a research project. A collaboration is usually beneficial for all parties, but due to issues with our personalities, we ended up going our separate ways before completing the project. We had a number of differences, and they remain unresolved even today. But there's no point going into that right now. The more important question is, why are you at the House of Dana?
Kaveh is feeling a little...
As a senior scholar, isn't it my responsibility to offer my friend a quick tour and explanation of the academia's architecture?
I see. Then let me guess. Your next stop will be the pavilions around Razan Garden? Our famed architect sure loves showing off that corner to all his friends. Oh, and Kaveh, a lot of the books you annotated have been moved to the innermost section of that bookshelf over there. You'll have to dig them out yourself if you need to find them.
Huh? But why would you know that? Don't tell me you finally had an epiphany and realized that there's great virtue in respecting your elders' work.
Sure, if that will give you some self-confidence. Leave any words of thanks you may have to the ex-Grand Conservator. The last time he was here, he was complaining that he had received reports from current students. The main grievance being that the annotations are too long and difficult to read. As a result, the books you annotated have been moved to the back shelves.
What? But all of my annotations were extremely important. Instead of reporting me, they should have been thanking me for my service. The notes that I took, they couldn't have asked for a better analysis of those books. Okay, just you wait. I'm going to fix this right now. I'll dig all the books out and return them to the proper shelves.
Oh.
Oh, We'll wait.
Waiting is about all we can do.
Anyway, you were about to say he's feeling a bit down?
He was put through the ringer recently by a particularly difficult client.
Put through the ringer. What an interesting phrase. I assume he used those exact words himself.
It doesn't seem far from the truth, though.
He probably did suffer quite a bit, that's true. He always spends a lot of time editing his proposals, with the goal of satisfying as many of the client's preferences as possible. But the satisfaction of one client will not translate to general satisfaction with his work. Many problems in life can only be solved by a fundamental change of attitude. As the leading genius of Kshahrewar, Kaveh should have both the right and the confidence to reject any unreasonable demands. There are plenty of architects in Sumeru who are inferior to him in skill, yet far more irascible in temperament. What's more, there are plenty of people who look up to such individuals as paragons of staying true to one's principles.
So, the problem is with Kaveh?
Clearly, his predicament is inevitable, since he holds other people's feelings as more important than his own. Of course, each person is different, and we should respect the paths that they have chosen for themselves. Admonitions will serve no purpose. People tend to succumb to familiar pitfalls, and this is especially true for those who believe it's their duty to carry more burdens on their shoulders.
Looks like you were having an enjoyable chat while I was gone. Were you talking about me by any chance?
What do you think?
What else is there to talk about? Surely no one would be interested in talking about the files that you were browsing through earlier. Anyway, you should take a look at this. Look at this comment on page 82. Dear Kaveh, thank you so much for annotating this book in such detail. It was a great help to me. See that? Now that's how a student should treat their seniors.
And it looks like you're already in a much better mood now. It really doesn't take much to make you happy, huh?
Me? Happy? I'm mocking that retired blockhead for being so full of himself. He understands nothing about the true beauty of architecture. When I can find some time, I'll have a serious talk with him about making sure these books are put where they belong.
Why don't you just move all the books yourself? It's not like he hasn't cursed you out before. What was that nickname he gave you while you were in the academia? The Urchin of Kshahrewar?
Wait, what?
Kaveh had a habit of scribbling and writing in all kinds of books.
Hey! You didn't need to bring that up. At least not when I'm still standing here. Oh, actually, I also found a really old sketch in one of the books over there. See? Doesn't it remind you of something?
An archbridge?
Huh? Don't tell me even you don't get it.
Don't ask me. This is the time you specifically put aside to brag about yourself. Feel free to hoard all the spotlight you want.
You? In that case, allow me to explain. Although this sketch is a little abstract, you can plainly see from the road plans that this was an original concept for the expansion of Port Ormos.
We can also plainly see that the designer was a huge fan of this project. It's the project he loves to talk about the most, second to the Palace of Alcazarzaray.
If I don't keep bringing up the neat projects that I've done, how would anyone know that I was the one who did them in the first place? There shouldn't be any complaints about Port Ormos. If I remember correctly, the construction process was very smooth. Everything was made ready ahead of time, and there were very few safety concerns.
There are indeed no records of any complaints about this project. A most impressive achievement.
See? What did I tell you? Come on, let's take a stroll through Port Ormos next. I'll tell you all about the designs I made for the place.
Are you going to come too, Alhaitham?
No need. It's almost time to clock out for the day, and I don't intend on bringing any unfinished work home.
Suit yourself. It's not like you know how to appreciate artistry anyway. Let's go, traveler. I'll take you to Port Ormos.
Oh, he's feeling better already. That's good. Port Ormos! So, real talk though, I didn't know Kaveh designed Port Ormos, as well as the Palace of Alcazarzaray. Kaveh designed those places? Bro, that man's like peak performance right there in terms of architecture. I'm just an engineer, bro. As long as it works, I'm fine with it.
Port Ormos.
Did you design one of the buildings here?
No, I didn't design any one specific building. Most of my work here concerned structural renovation. Port Ormos had already existed since I was still a young child. It wasn't as large as it is now, though. It only came to its current size after a sizable expansion. I was part of that project. The arch bridge over there, for example. That was one of my designs.
How did you come up with the idea for it?
When I was first tasked with the project, I decided to reference the growth patterns of nearby trees to split Port Ormos into 2 levels. My goal was to improve the overall utilization of space. We ran into a lot of issues during construction, but thankfully, we were still able to achieve the original vision. Residents can now behold all the ships entering and leaving the harbor from the vantage point of the bridge, while visitors can recognize the site of Port Ormos from a long ways away. I was still young and new to the trade back then. I could hardly believe that an idea in my head could become reality and remain in the world for many years to come. The true cornerstone of the creative process. The point about the design that will be ultimately used to judge its true worth. It was the first time that it became crystal clear in my mind. Once built, a building will continue to stand. Countless people will see it, and countless more will step inside it. Its final worth, whether it's good or bad, will be assessed by the countless generations of people that interact with the building during their lives.
I'm sure the residents of Port Ormos really enjoy it.
You think so? I'm glad to hear that. But even with this project, I still had one small regret. My budget was tight, and I was unable to use the higher quality timber I had originally intended for the design. I knew that some concessions on aesthetics would be needed as soon as I agreed to a proposal that prioritized the practical functions of the project. Us creative types know better than anyone that most projects cannot be completed without a few regrets. Even the Palace of Alcazar's was not perfect.
But having no regrets would also mean you had no higher hopes for the future.
Yeah, you're right.
That is some deep stuff, Aether. Dang.
Future opportunities. And believe that any regrets I have can be overcome in time. We've spent long enough here. There's still one last place I want to go, but it's a little far. Would you be interested in a quick trip to the desert?
I wouldn't mind.
Great. Most of my projects over the last few years have had something to do with the desert, partially because there's a special place there that I often visit. This is a rare opportunity, so why don't you come along and see it for yourself? If you ever feel down, maybe you'll be able to go there and feel better too.
Oh, that's sweet of you, Kaveh. Sure. Sure, Aether will go there. Give you a place for Aether to cheer up. Especially since, you know, Aether needs to find his sister. Lumine!
Who would have thought that so many primal constructs could have congregated here while I was gone? We won't be able to sit and talk peacefully with these guys around. Let's clear the area.
Oh, is Kaveh going to be a trial character?
Scanning!
Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Scatter! Where evil lurks, shoot on sight. Make way for the Adeptus! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward!
Isn't this place great? I often come here to clear my mind when I'm dealing with a difficult situation. You know what I mean. Everyone finds themselves in frustrating situations once in a while. Just take me as an example. My family life got shaken up quite a bit when I was young. I struggled in school, and I got into a huge pile of debt building the Palace of Alcazar's. Although Al-Haytham thinks that it's because of my personality that I continue to live in the shadow of the past, I think it's also just a part of life. Plus, if I look back, I've honestly had my fair share of good luck as well. You could probably say I've followed in the path of my mother. Like her, I've gained a name for myself as an architect, built something that's seen as my magnum opus, and found many projects that others have entrusted to me to finish.
You also haven't completely lost your passion for life.
Life is too boring when you live with no enthusiasm and passion. Only those who believe in the inherent meaning of it can capture the small nuances of everyday life and turn them into inspiration for beautiful designs. Of course, I will concede that loving something also means taking it to heart. So to an extent, caring is also a source of pain. If I didn't love my work, I wouldn't be so torn up about it all the time. But still, isn't this place beautiful? Despite the erosion from the winds and changing seasons, you can still perceive its past beauty and glory. With different landforms come different architectural styles. The desert's history has left it with few records regarding its buildings, so I often visit the desert to investigate things in person. The sight here has moved me ever since the first time I laid my eyes on it. I told myself that one day, I would also be able to create buildings that move others. My pain will one day fade into nothing, just as I reach the end of my life. But buildings are different. They are far more valuable than most materialistic things, and far more durable than human flesh. As long as there remain souls in the world who can decipher the meaning behind them, they will also have acknowledged me across the vast stream of time. If you were to ask me what art is, that would be my answer.
No, that's more like the Kaveh I know.
You think so? But I feel I've always been like this. Remember that question I brought up before? The one about whether I should see art as a divine gift of inspiration from the gods, or as a product of my own existential struggle.
I actually don't remember that,
I haven't found an answer to that yet. But if art wasn't inherently paradoxical and enigmatic, then people probably wouldn't be drawn to it. Those who pursue art will be unable to avoid the pain that it naturally brings. Will often be floating on cloud 9 one second, and sinking in a mire the next. I'll try gathering my thoughts again once I've found a way to define art in the first place. In any case, thank you so much for listening to everything I had to say.
Beneath the stars, my pain will one day fade into nothing just as I reach the end of my life, but my buildings will endure. That's nice. Last one. We got this, guys. And I think I know what to do about that one. I think.
Taking this commission.
Art is something that resonates with the masses?
Yes, art shouldn't be self-indulgent entertainment saved for the elite. Let's say that I built a house for someone. If they don't like how it looks, then no matter how brilliant it may appear to me, they won't be happy with it. The problem is that it can be very difficult to get validated by others. I could compromise my personal standards to accommodate my clients, but often that just means creating a final product that I would struggle to look at.
I think it's this one.
Sounds great to me. I don't even want to think about this project.
How about looking onto another career?
A different career?
That was the route. I was like, which one have I not done?
That's not a bad idea. I think I've heard a saying somewhere before. 80% of a working adult's woes are due to not having enough mora in the bank. It's just a saying, of course, but even I will admit that my life would be a lot better if I could make additional mora. And
Same
if I want
here.
to make mora, I should finish that ridiculous commission. But I really can't find it in me to go back and talk to him right now. Hold on. I just remembered that I used to have a senior classmate by the name of Alkami. If memory serves me right, he's no longer taking private commissions, but he's still doing pretty well for himself. Maybe I'll be able to get some advice from him. Yeah, I should get on this right away. No more wine for me today. I'll grab the bill and be on my way.
Okay. Where? Where? Oh, over there. Okay. To Port Ormos. Rawr!
Yeah! Skyward! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Scatter!
Ah, Kaveh, it's you! It's been a while. What have you been up to recently?
Yeah, it's been a long time, Alkami. things haven't changed much for me. I'm still taking private commissions for all kinds of projects.
I heard that you were the genius behind the Palace of Alcazazare. I bet you're all set for Mora after a project of that size.
Well, it's hard to make a profit from every project, you know?
Hard to make a profit? You've got to be joking. I've never met an architect who didn't make a profit from a project. Unless the client fled before they paid the commission fee in full. But that doesn't sound right either. Doesn't Dory have a pretty decent reputation in our local business circles? I don't think she's ever been involved in any kind of big scandal.
Well, about that. I mean, it was complicated.
I understand. Either way, doing one project after another sure gets exhausting over the years, huh? I've been there, so I can feel your pain. I mean, I obviously never had your reputation to live up to. That must have been stressful. But I'm sure we've faced all the same problems. Trying to keep your client in a good mood while you're trying to stop them from micromanaging things they don't know the first thing about. I don't miss it. Thankfully, that's all behind me now.
Did you start a new career?
Not exactly. My work is still closely related to architecture. Judging from the look on your face, you're still strapped for Mora. That's quite unfortunate. You're the most artistically gifted graduate the Kasharawar Darshan has seen in decades. But it looks like you still have a lot to learn in terms of making Mora. With that said, us Kasharawar grads should still look out for each other. What if I told you about an idea that'll absolve you of all your Mora troubles going forward?
Sounds like a pyramid
but
scheme.
Something like that has got to be some kind of top-level business secret. Are you
Copy.
sure you
Be
can
careful.
share something like that with me? Besides, I don't want to just take something like that without offering anything in return. I still have a little Mora. Or is there something that I can help you with?
Oh, you're too kind. This is just a simple tip. Even if I didn't bring it up, I'm sure you'd hear it from the others sooner or later. The idea is this. I recently opened up a training center with the goal of educating people in architecture design. Compared to the classes taught by those old fossils at the academia, my classes are more condensed and streamlined and will allow people to quickly get their foot in the door. Unlike the academia, I won't turn down anyone who's interested, rich or poor. As long as someone wishes to learn more about architecture, I'll accept them into my training center. It just so happens that I'm still looking for a few more instructors. So, what do you say? Interested in coming over to give a few lectures, regardless of the pay? I can already guarantee that it'll be far more comfortable than working on random people's private commissions.
Ah, so you want me to join you as an instructor? That does sound like something I'd be able to do. Sounds like a pretty stable job, too. What do you think, Traveler?
At least you won't have to deal with clients anymore. I think you can give it a go.
Then it's a deal.
Yes, it's a deal. Thank you, Alkami.
Like I said, there's no need to thank me for this. The lecture room is not far from here, so you can just come straight here tomorrow morning. As for the pay, how about we start at 300,000 Mora per lecture?
300,000? Are you serious? How could you offer so much?
It would seem that you're still oblivious to your own economic worth.
True that. He's a genius.
Compared to the prestige of having the light of Kasharawar as one of my instructors. 300,000 is also just the base rate. Just trust me on this. The longer you stick with me, the more you'll come to understand your true value in the market. I have to go make some preparations now. See you tomorrow.
I was never particularly close with Alkami when we were in school. Who would have thought that he'd be so nice and friendly? I've hosted free lectures before, but this would be my first time being hired to lecture for a formal business. 300,000 Mora per lecture. Whew. I'm so excited that I'm starting to get nervous.
I'll join you for the lecture.
Thanks so much. I think I will be able to relax a bit more with a friend in the audience. Now, what should I talk about tomorrow? Some lessons I've learned over the past few years.
Hopefully it's nothing too much
Probably save
for
those
Kaveh to
later.
handle.
For my first lecture, I should start by getting them more interested in the field. All right, let's meet here again tomorrow morning. I should hurry home and create some kind of lesson plan. If I'm going to become an instructor, I should make sure I show up prepared.
You're going to have to adapt on the fly. People are not simple. Just saying. They are not as simple as you may think, Kaveh. There we go. I've had to teach people before. I used to be a senior patrol leader in my Boy Scout troop, and I can tell you, teaching people is tough. Even if you have the talent for teaching people, like, it's still tough. Can I have an achievement? Oh wow, I have racked up 1,800 Primo Gems. I am getting ready for Natlin in 2 days. Wait, oh, Kaveh, where are you? Kaveh, oh, you're over here?
Oh, I didn't expect you two to get here so early.
I was up last night preparing for the lecture, but I ended up getting so excited that I couldn't fall asleep. Here, I've prepared a lesson plan. Do you want to take a look?
Lesson plan? I must commend you for your dedication. But the training center has already developed its own set of teaching materials. Instead of using your own plan, you can just use what we have here. Of course, you're always welcome to work in some of your own content to add some fun and flavor.
Can I take a look at your materials?
Sure. Be my guest.
The materials cover a variety of architectural knowledge. At first glance, nothing appears to be amiss.
It's almost time for the lecture to start. Feel free to head in and start the class whenever you're ready.
Huh. So you've already developed your own set of teaching materials. Seems like I won't need the stuff I've prepared after all. Anyway, shouldn't be a problem. I'll just go ahead and use your materials.
Oh, with someone that loves his craft, I see so many problems.
There's something else I want to ask, though. This isn't going to be a large class, is it?
No need to stress. There are only 20 people in this class. There are 14 classes at my training center. Out of all of them, the first class has the best grades, so I've directed them to you. We'll see how well they take to your lectures.
20 people, huh? All right. I think I can handle that.
Oh, and one last thing. In the interest of keeping a quiet learning space, only instructors and students are allowed in the classroom when class is in session. I'm sorry to say this, but your friend will have to wait outside while you teach the class.
It's okay. I was thinking about taking a walk anyway.
Sorry about that. I'll meet you at the door when the class is over then.
Is Alkami really as nice as he seems? I should probably ask around a bit. Yeah, I'm like, very sussy. Aiden!
Hey there. Can I help you?
Do you know a man by the name of Alkami?
Oh, Alkami? You mean that rich guy who's been making quite the name for himself? Yeah, he commissioned a set of furniture from me a while back. Paid a great deal of mora for it, too. I heard he earned a fortune working as a renowned architect. Now he's opened a training center so others can follow in his footsteps. If the tuition wasn't sky high, I'd enroll my child in a heartbeat. Architecture really sounds like a lucrative profession. Hey there. Can I help you?
I'm wondering if you know anything about Alkami.
Oh, well, I heard he earned...
Oh, okay. So, different dialogue options, same result. Gotcha.
Did you hear? Alkami recruited Kaveh to be an instructor.
I bet that'll boost his enrollment numbers.
Really makes you jealous, eh? If you think about it, Alkami was never that talented himself as an architect. If we're just talking about professional skill, no one would pay for a class with him.
That's true, but you've got to admit, his advertisements are really effective. After all, the academia only admits those that can pass its entrance exam. So only a few people could hope to study architecture in the halls of the Kasharwar. For those who can't pass the exam, or who just want to jump straight into the industry, the training center is the best bang for the mora.
Man, to have that kind of business acumen.
Before long, Kabe's class is over. Was it good?
All right, everyone. There's no need to be nervous. Class is over, so we can just chat for a bit. I shouldn't have lost my temper during the lecture. Did I scare anybody?
Oh, Kabe!
No, you weren't scary at all, Mr. Kave. We were just a bit lost and didn't get what you were talking about.
Did something happen, Kabe?
Oh, don't get me started. I was trying to use Alkami's materials, so I flipped through some pages and gave them a closer look. The more I read, the more upset I became.
I saw that a mile away. I
Alkami
knew
may
he
fool
wouldn't
an
be
amateur, but he
fine with
can't fool anyone
Alkami's
who's active
teaching
in our
materials.
profession. The materials he made are completely useless for teaching real architecture.
Why do you say that?
In my opinion, the most important skill of an architect is their ability to craft a design. In other words, they must be able to conceptualize ideas. There are tens of thousands of buildings in the world, as well as a countless number of architectural styles. Some designs emphasize aesthetics, while others prioritize practicality. The architects who can critically evaluate the quality and fit of different designs are those who can come up with great designs of their own. But you won't get any of that from the teaching materials they're using here. All these students are doing in class is rote memorization of existing designs. They are learning nothing about the underlying principles. How can they expect to become real architects? When they're done with this class, all they'll become are dilettantes with a pitiful smattering of architectural knowledge.
But Mr. Kave, we didn't really understand anything you said after you threw away the materials either. What's the big deal anyway? It's not like we're looking to make some works of art. We just want to make some Mora.
You're studying architecture to make Mora?
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Why else would we be studying here? My biggest dream is to become someone like Mr. Alkami. Once I finally make my fortune in architecture, I'll be able to buy anything I like.
I'm gonna say this right now. There is nothing wrong with going into a career path for money. There's nothing wrong with that. After all, money is a medium of exchange, and we need that to live.
In that case, I'm afraid you'll probably be disappointed. The reality is that the work of an architect is very difficult, and the pay is not lucrative at all. Believe me, I'm a perfect example.
But how? Mr. Alkami just told us last night that you made a killing by building the Palace of Alcazarzare. He also said that as long as we graduate from his class, waves upon waves of people will reach out to us with private commissions, and we can just sit back and wait for Mora to fill up our pockets.
Oh, that's...
Long before I
Alkami is
can
a
put these
scammer.
Miserable days behind me.
Come on. And you all believed everything he said?
They're kids, Kave.
Mr. Alkami is really rich, isn't he?
You... It's pointless trying to argue this with you right now. You've already filled your heads with pipe dreams. Let's go, traveler. Let's hear about Alkami's true plans from the man himself.
Mr. Kave looked really angry.
Who cares about him? Maybe he's just worried that we'll take all of his commissions once we finally graduate.
But that can't be it, right? Mr. Kave is super famous.
Who knows? My dad told me the more famous someone is, the more arrogant and stubborn they become. Approachable people like Mr. Alkami are the rare ones.
Kid has some points.
What's wrong, Kave? You look quite flustered. Did one of my students offend you? Were the students not astute enough for your liking? I must implore you to go a bit easier on them. After all, they're nothing like the genius scholars you're used to dealing with at the academia. We don't need to strive for perfect understanding. As long as some knowledge has been passed on, that's good enough.
Yeah, I'm mad at them. But I'm even more upset that you're scamming people under the guise of teaching them about architecture. The students are all here hoping for a quick way to make money. But we both know that an architect's life is hard and exhausting. Just a little while ago, I was toiling over the 6th draft of a design for a client. If your client is unhappy, you can't break ground. And the longer a project goes, the longer it takes for you to get paid in full. What's worse If your client disappears in the middle of a project, good luck getting anything from them ever again. You know all of this just as well as I do. Why lie to them?
Look, Kave, you may be the light of Ksharawar, but like I said, you still have a lot to learn about making Mora. You may deny it all you want, but it's a fact that in today's Sumeru, architecture is a terrible profession. Our clients care very little for the effort we pour into our designs. Instead of appreciating us, they spend all their time nitpicking details and demanding changes, often forcing all kinds of ridiculous ideas onto us.
I suppose that's more or less true. Go on.
Why should we cling on to a profession that's difficult and unrewarding? If the field is dying, then a person who still wants to make a good living will just have to change their strategy. If it's near impossible to make money as an architect, then why not just establish a training center and train other people to become architects in our stead?
Wait, how does that make any sense? Aren't you just leading them into the same trap?
We are already stuck, my friend. The more people we can lead into this pit and stack as padding beneath our feet, the more comfortable our lives will be.
So, instead of making money from architecture, you made your money from your students?
That's right. Making money as an architect is a slow and agonizing process. In comparison, earning tuition from a training center is far easier. None of the students will ever know, however. In their eyes, all of my income was earned during my years as an architect. It's easy for them to fall for my promise. After all, everyone wants to live the dream of being the person who can spend millions without batting an eye. The more students I get, the more money I earn. And the more real that dream becomes.
And then what? Once they graduate, they'll still find out the truth about architecture and struggle to stay afloat amid all the problems we already talked about. When that happens, your facade will pop like a soap bubble. No one will believe you anymore.
Ah, but that's just one way to look at the problem. No two people have the same amount of talent. Even if they fail to strike gold in the future, you can't say that it's my fault and mine alone.
Actually, yes, we can. You're setting them up for failure, bro.
Achieve financial freedom as long as they become
Wait, no, you
architects.
did. One of the kids said you
All I
did.
was nudge them towards that belief. I'm not even scared if they do come back and stir up trouble.
Careful what you say for
My training center
Alkami.
has all the required permits and certifications. Even the Dendro Archon herself couldn't find fault in any part of my business.
Careful what you say. Don't bring Nahida into this.
How can you sleep at night knowing that you're doing all this?
Simple. He has money to support himself,
Is your
Kave.
heart carved out of brick and stone?
No, it was forged that
I
way.
can't believe
What the
that I once
fudge?
saw you as a decent human being.
Oh.
I am beyond disappointed in you.
And the same goes to you. How many years has it been since you graduated from the academia? If you still can't accept something like this, do you just plan on keeping that worthless naivete of yours until the end of time?
Nah, he's an idealist, yeah.
Only fools will see art as revered and sacred.
Hey, don't call me a fool.
In the end,
I love my
art
PNGs.
is just another business. Being successful at running a business is an art form in itself.
That's true.
I urge you to think about what I've said. Offloading your pain onto others is the only way a person can live comfortably in this world.
I mean, I guess, if you want to look at it that way.
You've accumulated plenty of fame and respect. It's high time that you use those resources to improve the circumstances of your own life. Think it over, Kale. I still believe our collaboration could be very fruitful.
He's gone. What do you plan to do next?
I'm so mad, I feel a headache coming on. There's nothing more I can say to him. I'll resign from my position as instructor.
You'll give up the Mora?
Of course. I'm sure you've realized that as long as I remained at this center, he would be able to use my name to advertise this place. Even if I just sit back and do nothing, others will be deceived and suffer because of me. He is right about one thing, though. These kinds of training centers are everywhere. And even if the academia was to find out about it, it's unlikely that they would take any real action against it. The most that they could accuse him of is false advertising. And even that would be hard to prove.
There's something strange about all of this.
Oh? Did you notice something else?
Some of the students didn't appear to be very wealthy. Not everyone should be able to pay such exorbitant tuition fees.
Yeah, you've got a point. The rate he gave me was 300,000 mora per lecture. That probably came out of the students' tuition. And who knows just how much he's been charging the students for attending his classes. If you're gambling everything on making it rich as an architect, are you really going to have the mora to pay for that kind of tuition?
We can try asking the students.
Right. We should hurry. The students didn't believe a word I was telling them. They're still daydreaming about making millions. We're never going to get any information from them again if we let Alkami talk to them first. Let's move now before he's had the chance to react.
I mean, he's right in front of us, though, just saying. Oh, or not.
Oh,
The power of
Mr.
scholarships, right?
What are you doing back here?
Class finished a while ago, but you're still here. Why haven't you gone home?
I wanted to stay for a little longer. I'm still thinking about everything you taught during the class. Even though a lot of it went right over my head, I still thought the houses you drew were really pretty.
Of course they were. All the examples I drew were world-famous landmarks. Each one was
Ew,
the
a
magnum
child.
opus of a
What?
celebrated architect.
The child just wants to make Mora. He's doing his best.
It's a good thing that you could recognize them for their beauty. The accumulation of knowledge.
Kave,
is the
aren't we going to
first
tell
step
these children that they're being
artistic
scammed?
expression.
Man,
Instead of rote memorization,
what a pushover.
You should try to relate and to understand. And after that, try to resonate with the work.
Resonate?
Yes. When I first got into architecture, there were many things about it that I couldn't understand at all. I would find a building to be beautiful, but have no idea what made it so good. And for most people, just being able to admire a building is enough. To become a good architect, however, you must also learn to assess and appraise. Going from admiration to assessment will take a lot of time and specialized knowledge. And I'm afraid that some superficial speed training won't be enough to take you there.
It takes years of
Just
study.
as I thought. Becoming an architect won't be as easy as Mr. Alkami made it out to be, right?
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to crush your dreams. All I want to tell you is that an architect's life is not as carefree and easy as others may make it out to be.
I understand. Thank you for telling me the truth, Mr. Kave. I think I'll still stay here for the time being, though, since my family still hasn't paid everything off.
Paid off what?
Sorry, I can't say anything more. Mr. Alkami made it very clear that anyone who talks about it will be kicked out of the class.
Don't listen to him. I am the most famous architect in Sumeru.
True that.
If he kicks you out, then I'll just take you in instead.
Really?
How would
Aww.
I pull your
Yeah,
leg?
we're gonna kick Alkami's butt right.
So as long as you get your fundamentals down, you should be able to pass the entrance exam and continue your studies at the academia.
Then please keep this a secret for me, Mr. Kave. Truth be told,
We're not gonna keep it a
my
secret,
family
no.
is not very well off, so we
Alright.
couldn't really afford
Go ahead and
the
cook.
tuition for this class. Mr. Alkami was the
Oh,
one who
alright.
reached out to my parents.
I would have been fine
He
if you
told
had
them
some
he
slurs
knew
for
a
the
merchant
dude.
by the name of
I'm gonna
Bahar,
say some of
and
your
we
slurs
were
were pretty good, just saying.
He told all the students that once we graduate, people would come flocking to commission us for projects. If everything went well, we'd be able to pay off everything in just a few years, and all the more we make after that would be ours.
How much did your family borrow from this merchant?
I think it was several million more.
Jesus, several million more.
I'm not really sure. My
Oh,
parents
heck
signed the
nah!
contract.
Several
All I
million
know is
more?
that the stack of papers was as thick as a slab of rock.
Jesus Christ! Something doesn't feel right about all of this.
Yeah.
Kave asked for the interest rate. The kid obviously doesn't know, but like...
Something about the whole thing feels dastardly familiar. We need to find that merchant to confirm. But if we were to confront him right now, there's no way he'd admit to anything.
We can pretend to be potential customers.
Good idea.
Please tell me Dory is not
Do you know where we'll
related
be
to
able
any of
find
this.
merchant?
We last saw him on the North Shore.
Oh,
of
him.
Formosa.
Dory's a girl, okay.
Who knows if he's still in that area, though?
Well, it'd still be worth taking a look. Architecture... No. The arts shouldn't be used as bait for a scam.
Too bad they
We need to
are,
do
even in
something
our
before
world.
The students' lives are ruined even further.
Okay, where are you? Can I just teleport to you? Wait, did I not? Oh, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go this route because apparently I didn't activate that teleport waypoint over there. Oh, Lumalat. Oh, that was cool. That cluster leaves of culture. No, that 4-leaf sigil was above a bouncing mushroom. That's cool. I remember their names. Okay, I just wanted to activate that Wave Rider waypoint. Who is you? Fucker?
Oh.
I said it, and halfway through saying it, I realized what I said. I was like, oh, his name is Fucker. Twitch terms of service is gonna be like, yes, mother. Yeah, Fucker. That's his name, Fucker. F-A-K-H-R. Let it be known for the record that I am not cursing. I am actually saying a character's name, Fucker.
You're Fahar, right?
What? It's pronounced Fahar?
Yes. May I ask who introduced you?
I guess the K is silent, bro. Fudge, I was screwed over. I tried, I said it wrong.
My friend here wants to enroll in
Right,
architecture
Fahar?
but they're a bit short on money.
F-A-K-H-R?
Tommy told us you're the man
Fahar?
to go to in this kind of situation.
That's right.
Oh, sounds like his business is booming. How much do you need?
Let me see.
Oh wait, I bet they said
$3
Fahar
million
because if you actually said the pronunciation for it, it would sound like a curse word, so that's why they probably changed the English dub to Fahar.
I can work things out for you. Make sure you sign the contract.
Because I mean, if you just say it as is, it looks like it sounds like you're saying like a really rude word in English. What contract?
Here you go. Don't worry, there's
What's up, Red?
nothing particularly unusual about it. All you need to do is pay
You met the
back
grandpa of the
loan in
twin
full
marionettes and you're
in
sad?
3 years.
What grandpa of the twin marionettes?
And
Are you talking about like
won't be able to pay it back?
in the in Zenless Zone Zero,
What do you
like
mean, won't be able to pay it back?
in the like
graduate
that
from Akami's place,
Hollow
you'll be
Deep
making
Dive. That's where you met the
millions of
grandpa,
more
or was it like in the
easy.
overworld?
At that point, paying this off will be a piece of cake. And even if you were to run into some difficulties and need to
Oh, in the
delay
overworld?
installments,
Oh shoot, I
it's
don't think I met the
nothing.
grandpa of the
We're
twin
all
marionettes.
reasonable people here.
Where was he
If you
located?
can't pay quickly, you can just pay it back over a longer period. All that would change is your interest rates would get a little higher. It's hard work.
You feel
to run a
bad for
business.
shooting them?
If we're
To be
taking
fair,
risks
they're
to
already
supply
corrupted.
Nomura,
I think
it's only
ending
fair
them
that
would
you take on a
actually
bit of
be
the
saving
financial
them.
risk as well.
Oh, is it the ballet
Anyway, there's
area
no
that you
point
can
in tying
go
yourself
around?
in
Like, you
knots
know,
over the
you see the
contract.
hollow, but you're in the ballet,
You're
like
reading
the
every
plaza in
single
front of the
line,
ballet
like
twins.
you're worried you're about to
Oh,
get scammed out of
you
your
think?
whole life
Oh.
savings. Why would I lie
Look for
to
a
you?
senior? Okay, I will.
Tons of students at Alkami's place have signed the contract. Aren't they all doing pretty well for themselves?
I just did some calculations in my head. When you say the interest will get a little higher, do you mean it'll get higher than 30%? Of course, the contract did a great job of trying to obfuscate that fact. It only listed the amount that you'll have to repay every day, which gives the false impression that the amount hasn't actually increased by all that much. If you actually do the math, however, it's clear that the amount you need to pay on interest alone will amount to hundreds of thousands of mora per year. Most people can't even make that much mora in a year. Your greed really knows no bounds. Even my creditor doesn't dare to raise rates that high. Once a family's signed onto a scheme like this, there's no getting out.
What are you trying to say, huh?
We mean to put you in jail for your crimes. The Matcha will happily answer that question.
I figured something was off when 2 well-dressed people came looking for a loan. Think you got the better of me? Too many
No,
people
but
are
Nahida
sticking
does.
around where they don't belong these days. Luckily for me, though, this is a pretty secluded spot.
Yeah, we're going to execute this
Come
man
on,
for his
teach these guys
crimes.
a lesson.
Where's the Red Queen? Give me your head. Fetch me his
I've already
head.
fought off more than my fair share of them when I was working in the desert. There are only a few of them, so they shouldn't pose much of a threat. Marak, you're up.
I can't help it.
Come at me.
I believe that's a close range elemental skill. Whenever Kave says Marak, I can't help but think of Barack Obama and fuse the name so it'd be Barack Obama. Oh, there's only 3 of them? Bro, that was it? Aw, Fahar, you need better mercenaries, bro.
I don't think we've done anything to hurt or offend you. So why go this far to destroy my livelihood?
You have done stuff to offend me.
I know very well just how miserable living in debt can be, but my debts are the culmination of many different factors, and my interest rate is still
There was
somewhat
apparently an
reasonable.
AI dance
As
of
long as
Trump
I
and
continue to
Elon
work
Musk
with my
just
situation
dancing,
in
and it was
mind,
pretty
my
interesting.
debts
It was
will
funny.
eventually be paid off, but these students are different. They have neither the mental preparation nor the financial resources to pay back a debt like this. You sold the dreams of becoming an architect to the students as bait, urging them to take on insurmountable amounts of debt to satisfy your greed.
Ha! Everyone knows there's no such thing as a free lunch.
As a true businessman would say.
And if we're going to talk about greed, aren't those students the ones who are blinded by it? They completely ignore the risk that's right there in front of them.
Fahar, I'm gonna just drop this on you. They're kids. They don't know any better. They only learn from their elders, and you being an elder, man, you gave them some bad advice. That's no excuse for your actions. I agree with Aether. Screw you, bro.
The silver tongue.
Yeah, the silver tongue, that's right. Yeah, you better not respect him. He doesn't deserve respect for what he's doing.
Many of them are still hopelessly dreaming of striking gold after they graduate.
There's nothing wrong with wanting to get, like, a bunch of money. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just stuff like that. That's wrong.
This will be a valuable lesson to them.
You're right, Rit. That's a good one. That's a good one. Oh, that was a good one. That's a freaker. Oh my gosh.
They should be able to link him with Alkami's business.
Oh, for sure. With that stack of contracts he has, for sure, for sure. You bring Fahar to the academia. Now that I know that, I feel like the English dub purposely said it that way because if you actually said the name, it would be
Sino?
the other word.
Didn't think I would run into you here.
Sino is the Mahamatra. What do you
vacation
mean?
just ended not too long ago, so I'm going over some cases at the academia. Who's this?
You describe everything that's happened to Sino. Oh, Sino's gonna be angry.
Charging an interest rate over 30% indeed constitutes a crime, as it is highly likely that Alkami is also benefiting from this scheme. The Matra will open an investigation on him as well. The training center will be closed until further notice. Any funds we manage to recover from the suspects will be returned to the students. It's unclear how much we'll be able to get back, however, given their extravagant spending.
That should still be enough. Once the students realize the error of their ways, they won't fall so easily for such traps in the future. Anyway, thank you for your help. I hope this won't be too much trouble for you.
It's no trouble. Just another day at work. How did you two get tangled up in this anyway?
Alkami tried to hire Kaveh as one of his instructors.
Did you accept any mora from him?
He promised to pay me 300,000 mora per lecture, but I resigned as soon as I finished the first session. I didn't take a single coin.
Ah, that's good.
Hmm? What do you mean, that's good?
Oh, because you'd be
Would you take me
considered
to
part
Cassidy's
of the
well if
problem.
I had actually accepted any mora?
I wouldn't have gone that far. But had he insisted that you were also an active participant in his schemes, under our rules, we would have been required to open an investigation on you as well. Either way, though, I believe you are innocent in all of this. Had you actually been alright with making money through less than noble means, your life wouldn't be the mess it currently is.
Hey, what was that?
Internet,
What do you mean my life
Internet
is
39,
a
baby.
mess?
Congrats! Good job, Brett. Keep going.
Never mind. Your life is fine.
Sino was like, oops, I didn't mean to say that. He knows, though. He knows.
Let's get back to business. If Alkami's case can be successfully resolved, you'll be eligible for a monetary reward from the academia.
Hey, yo?
Don't forget to pick it up after the fact.
Huh. I didn't even know there was such a thing. I never would have guessed. What I'm trying to say is that we didn't report Alkami because we thought we could make some more off of it.
It's
The
true.
reward will be given regardless of your personal motivations. It was implemented with the intent of encouraging people to supply tips to the Matra.
Fine.
Is there anything else?
I want to go back to the training center one more time and talk to some of the kids.
Sure, but you should wait until tomorrow. My subordinates will shut down the center today and summon the students to gather information on the total amount of mora they've lost in the scam.
All right, then I'll stay out of their way. I can talk to the kids tomorrow.
I have a few other things to take care of, so I'll be off for now. If you want to follow up on this case, just come find me again. Or ask one of the Matra.
That should finally be the end of that. Oh, who would have thought it would turn out like this? All I wanted was to find a new gig and earn some mora. To think Alkami would sink this low. It still makes me really upset. Still, I think I feel a little better now than when you found me back at the tavern.
Oh, how so?
It's a little ironic, but you could say it's because I've realized that there are many circumstances in the world that are even worse than my own. Now that I've seen such things firsthand, I suppose I've earned a new sense of appreciation for my life.
Yeah, because one of my friends helped me go through something bad. They told me, like, you know, things could be worse, and then gave me examples of what their friends are going through, which is worse of my situation. So
And every once in a while, I'd wonder
sometimes
if I became an architect because fate wanted
things
me to
could be
pay for
worse.
some sins I'd committed
Just
in the
appreciate
previous
what you
life.
have, no matter what, guys.
Alkami's suggestion would have allowed me to quit my life as an architect and earn money
Could be,
solely
it
from
is,
my
it may not be
reputation.
great, but it could be worse.
Now that I've experienced that for myself, I can confidently say that I'd never want to do it again.
And that's why he thinks you're too rigid when it comes to making mora.
Every scholar has their own sense of pride and a line that they don't like to cross. Of course, when faced with the vicissitudes of life, some will
I don't
surrender
even know
these
what
things to seek
vicissitudes
a more
means.
comfortable life. I can understand that. Just speaking for myself, though, I don't think that's something I'd ever be able to do. The voice in my heart would just keep repeating one thing. The moment I turn away from my dreams would be the moment my career ends. If I stopped devoting everything to my creative activities, I'd be able to lead a more comfortable life, but at the same time, my sense of intuition and understanding for the arts would also begin to degrade.
Such as my sense of me needing to pee. I'll be back. I'm okay. Yeah, I'm good. Kind of just emo singer head bowing right now. Oh yeah, I was just replying to Crimson Rose. Crimson Rose asked me if I was going to the card shop tomorrow, and I was like, maybe. I don't know if I want to go to the card shop tomorrow. Then Crimson Rose was like, do you want a carpool? I mean, if you could pay for my tournament entry. I was like, sure, depending whether or not I go to the card shop tomorrow. But you know, I'm good. Thanks for asking.
At that point, any materialistic ease I may have gained in life would just become another form of torment. In comparison, my current life comes with its share of difficulties, but at least I'd never have to deal with that kind of existential reckoning.
I can understand that. It's good to stay true to yourself.
I appreciate it. You may call me conceited for this, but I would also like to think I'm talented enough to be able to lead a decent life without compromising my pride.
Yeah,
It's
no,
certainly not
I
easy,
agree,
but I want to keep at it. My thanks again for being such a great help throughout all of this.
Ah, yeah, he is.
I'm planning to pay another visit to those kids tomorrow. Want to come with me?
Sure, I'll come.
All right. I'll see you
Same
tomorrow
here.
then. Get some good rest.
Remember, I've mentioned this before in my past streams. I have a spending problem. So, anyway. Wait. Oh, after 8 the following day. Okay. Oh, yeah, with Lapis. Yeah. Action Timinen just gives good deals on making your characters OP, okay? I like how Action Timinen does their payment systems, okay? Just saying. I'm probably gonna do the same thing with Francis, I'm not gonna lie. Go to the training center? Really? Good deals, it's like $40. Well, to be fair, I have a decent paying job, so that's why I say that. Doesn't mean I manage my money well. Ah!
I never would have guessed Mr. Okami was a scammer.
The training center has been shut down, and the Madra have promised to return some of our tuition. But we've already spent so much time on this class. What should we do next?
Mr. Kave said we can keep working on our fundamentals and try to get into the academia. Easier said than done. If it was easier to get into the academia, none of us would have signed up for the class in the first place. Only the best of the best can get into the academia studying on their own. Mr. Kave might be willing to teach us.
Why? What reason does he have to stick around?
So,
his pride and
you're
his
the only
ideals.
ones that showed up today, huh?
I know, right? They.
Huh? Kave's here.
Now, that's Mr. Kave to you. I'm here as your instructor, so let's keep things a little more proper. I'll keep instructing you for a while longer. You can pass on the message to the other students. As long as someone wants to come, they can join the class. Oh, also, I'm usually pretty busy, so I'll only be able to teach architecture fundamentals on my days off. Another disclaimer. I can't promise that you'll all be able to understand everything I'm going to teach. Architecture is not an easy profession. Aesthetics aside, even the basics of safe design can already be a handful for most people. If you want to design safe buildings, you'll have to go through a systematic study of structural engineering. And just as a heads up, all of this will be a huge step up from the superficial stuff you were learning before. It'll take both talent and perseverance to get through the course. I don't want to hear anyone say that I didn't warn you.
We'll try our best.
It seems some of you are really serious about this after all. All right, everyone, pack your stuff up. No need to prepare much for today's class. We're going to go on a quick field trip.
Where to?
You'll know once we get there. Come on.
Dang,
let's get
Rit.
going.
Come on. Give
We'll
them.
be off
Well, I
once
mean,
everyone's
you did
grabbed
say
their pencils
they
and sketch
got
pads.
hearts, at least. They got heart, at least, yeah. Oh, are we going there? Wow. Wow. You're looking forward to the next update? Me too, I am too. Oh, speaking of which, the next phase for Camellia Golden Week's out, so I should probably do that. Pause!
What
That was a precious chest just there. I was like, yep, I'm taking it. I plundered a ship. We might get to. I bet it has to be the outer ring. Like it has to be.
This
It has to
lighthouse has
be.
been around for a long time, and I handled its renovations when I first graduated from the academia. The point of today is not so much about the lighthouse as a building, however. I just want you to take a look at it and do a bit of self-reflection. If you were tasked today with designing a building, how would you want it to look like? Don't think about how you'd actually go about building it for now. Just put your ideas to paper and draw the prettiest building that comes to your mind.
So, it can be, any kind of building?
Yep, as long as you think it'd look good. It doesn't even necessarily have to be a building. If you want, you can draw trees, the ocean, or even a garden area. Draw whatever you'd like.
What's the point of this exercise?
In my experience, it's best to approach the study of architecture from a point of
I know.
personal interest, rather than for the sake of a career. Both the study and practice of architectural design are extremely difficult. A person who's forced to work on projects that they don't resonate with will only struggle and suffer. So at least for today, I hope the students will be able to create something that they enjoy. There's no need to think about it too
34
hard.
pulls await
We'll
the
have
next
plenty of
spiker to
time in the
release.
future to
Alright, I
revisit the
see, I
design and
see.
make changes. What do you think? Want to try your hand at it as well? Don't forget that this is a free class from Mr. Kave, the Light of the Kasharawar. On a normal day, this would cost you 300,000 mora.
Oh. Oh, that's cool. That's funny. What Aether drew was the Serenity Pot. First class, your ideal building is also your safe haven. That's sweet. It's really sweet. Kave's like, the freak? Kave doesn't know. We have our own building, in our own domain. You know what's funny? Aether would probably probably fit in with the Jujutsu Kaisen, characters, because Aether does have his own domain. It's the Serenity Pot. Alright.
To convey in a few simple
Domain expansion.
Oh, but why
It's
must
instead of
this
domain
grow
expansion,
weird
it's
when
called
I
come
begin
into
to
my
diverge?
domain. Domain expansion Serenity. Oh, it'd be domain expansion Serenity Pot. How can I tell how much resin I have? I don't know how I can tell how much resin I have. How do I tell how much resin I have? I do like Jane Doe, yes. Oh, I can just go to the map. It tells 73 out of 200. Oh, so I can do this one. I want to do this one. We'll do this one 3 more times, and then we'll move on to Zenless Zone 0. All we have left, by the way, guys, is Kaya's not story quest, hangout event. And once that's done, we'll be ready for Natlin. For the most part, because I am not even touching the world quest yet.
Time to testify. Into the shadows.
Yeah! Go!
Hey! Ready. Hunt them down. Enough.
No one escapes my...
Ow. Rude.
Scatter! Seize the skies! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! 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 Scatter! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Skyward! Scatter!
Scatter! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Stray clouds converge! Scatter! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward!
No escape!
Move it. Time to testify. Shift.
Water jet!
Yeah. Scatter. Skyward. Skyward. Scatter. Make way for the Adeptus. Scatter. Skyward. Scatter. Yeah. Skyward. Yeah. Yeah. Scatter. Yeah. Skyward. Skyward. Scatter. Yeah. Skyward. Yeah. Skyward.
Come on, disappear already. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, and then one more. And then we'll be done with the Genshin Impact portion of the stream.
Yeah. Scatter. Skyward. Skyward.
Bombs away!
Let it rain.
Seize the skies. Scatter. Yeah. Scatter. Skyward. Yeah. Scatter. Skyward. Scatter. Yeah. Scatter. Skyward. Scatter. Skyward. Skyward. Scatter. Skyward. Yeah. Yeah. Scatter. Skyward.
Oh, wrong person, but I guess I could do this.
Evil lords, shoot on sight. Into the shadows.
Oh shoot, darn it.
Stray clouds converge. Yeah.
Oh! Well, that's done. Zenless Zone Zero got your battery messed up? What happened? What happened? Wait. No record? Oh, okay, never mind. I just don't have the characters for it right now. Anyway. Make merry, complete shenanigans and sweet wine, and unlock all endings? Oh, shoot! I just realized that this is for all the hangout events. Oh, wow. Huh. Alright. Well guys, let's go ahead and switch to Zenless Zone Zero. Oh, wait, hold on. Please read before play. Oh, I need to get more water. Shoot. Shoot, 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 shoot. I need to get more water. I shall return. What?